Good morning, everybody. Okay, I think we're all well and we're all here, so that's great to see. Good morning, I'm Ildi. I'm going to be your host today. Basically, I'm here to make sure that everything runs on time. We're already a bit late, so we're going to catch up. And in case you have any questions, then feel free to come to me. I think I'm capable to answer in 2 different languages, so maybe a bit of German as well, but I'll try my very best, okay? Hungarian, English, and German. That's what I will try. So without any further ado, we are looking forward to a very interesting program. So make sure you check that out. We are also going to have that on screen, but also plastered around the entire event space so basically choose whatever you'd like and again, be on time. So without any further ado, let's do the introductions to this wonderful event, the Danube Cup 2022 conference. Okay, let's start with an opening by Director of Corvinus University of Budapest, Professor Előtt Takács, who's going to make some opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So can you hear me? So dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Előtt Takács and it's a pleasure to welcome you all at the Danube Cup conference on entrepreneurship and startup education. We are grateful to Professor Emeritus Dr. János Vecsényi, academic head of our organizing committee, the members of the organizing committee, and all the colleagues who made such an event possible. Hungary's top 2 universities, Corvinus University of Budapest and the Budapest University of Technology and Economics, have joined forces to organize the Danube Cup conference. The event aims to highlight trends in entrepreneurship and startup education, to share experience and knowledge, as well as demonstrate educational practices which can be applied at other institutions of higher education. The instillment of entrepreneurial ideas into higher education has generated a lot of enthusiasm and interest in recent decades. Several effects have resulted from this, including entrepreneurial-driven economic growth, job creation, as well as increased social resilience to shocks such as COVID-19 pandemic, and shocks we do have enough. However, results of growth and international success emanating from new ventures located in the Danube region tend to be modest compared to the rest of the world. Therefore, local ventures must think beyond local terms. Yet what we do find is that both of our faculty and students and our society tends to be risk-averse, tends to be a bit afraid of the unknown, tends to be afraid of failing, and therefore have difficulties venturing beyond national borders to international ventures. The conference, therefore, presents a great opportunity for all of us to broaden our views and broaden our horizons. The original mission of the Danube Cup competition is to bring student-founded businesses to international success by bringing together the most motivated university startups located on the banks of the river Danube. However, and in addition to that, international cooperation between academic faculty is also necessary to successfully facilitate the international outlook of our students. For the conference today, and all the other events organized under the Danube Cup brand, we are fortunate to have the support of a group of sponsors to whom I would like to extend our thanks. It's a privilege to host you all at Corvinus University for the day. I sincerely hope that you will enjoy today's debates and the networking, and thereby I declare the conference officially open. I wish you a successful conference.
Thank you very much for the opening remarks, and the remarks are going to continue because we also have the Vice Rector for Science and Innovation of the Budapest BME, Professor János Lewandowski.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just stepped here not to lag behind the Corvinus University, so on behalf of the Budapest University of Technology and Economics, let me just extend my most sincere welcome to all of you attending this Danube Cup meeting. I hope you will enjoy your time in Budapest if you are from abroad, even though the weather turned to be very bleak, unfortunately, but it may give you some additional motivation to zoom down to the program of this conference. However, let me just start with a pretty trivial statement. Innovation is a drive of the modern world. This is the buzzword, by the way, which we can hear all around us, and this is which prompts universities to streamline knowledge transfer because they are considered to be the cornerstones of a modern knowledge-based society. And this is quite true indeed. However, there is a single factor which carves out this role for the universities even more predominantly. This is not just about scientific excellence or research results, but there is one thing which all universities around the world have in common. They all have students. And actually, students are the ones who are most likely to develop non-conventional ideas, which are not rooted in traditional frameworks, in traditional way of thinking. And that's why they can pave the way towards the newly emerging disruptive technologies, which in turn can shape the future of humanity. Basically, that's innovation. It boils down to the capacity of developing non-conventional ideas. And that requires a special mindset, a special age, when actually a special period of time when conventional thinking has not yet fully imprinted itself upon the personality. And that is the reason why we have to pay a great deal of attention to student innovation and carefully cultivate it, because this is really the key to our future. Now, of course, it is easier said than done. As far as implementation is concerned, one can implement several components of student innovation. For example, one can organize student contests of innovation, like this one, or one can even launch a program to support startups, student startups, by the help of venture capitals. Furthermore, one can teach courses on leadership skills and how to take calculated risk to the students. Even one can create a sort of science park or technology park environment which naturally draws talents towards innovation. And actually, all these components point toward a single concept, which is often referred to as the entrepreneurial university. Now, as far as the Budapest University of Technology and Economics is concerned, we have all the components in place. We have an incubation program for startups supported by a venture capital. We teach zillions of courses with entrepreneurial skills to our students. Furthermore, we have a science park in the making. However, how to combine all these components in an optimal fashion and how to pursue an integrated approach towards student innovation, that remains to be a challenge, and that is to be discussed here and addressed here in this conference. So in that regard, we are quite eager to learn, we are quite eager to rely on your experience in that matter. And with that, I would like to conclude, and I would like to wish you very interesting talks and stimulating discussions, and enjoy your time in Budapest. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Lewandowski. I think we already heard quite a few teasers about today's program. So without any further ado, I would like to ask the academic head of the conference, Professor Emeritus János Vecsenyi, to also give his opening remarks.
Good morning. After these talks from Professor Takács and Professor Lewandowski, it's hard to talk something new, something about new things. I would like to highlight only several aspects of this conference. One, that innovation is not enough. Commercialization is making business out of innovative idea is something relevant. Attitude of the students. We can create open spaces, we can create mentoring, whatever. The basic question, whether we have students who really want to learn and really want to make something valuable and making business. Some of them are engaged with great ideas, innovative ideas, but they hate to make it to the, take it to the marketplace and sell it, which is quite awkward, but we are talking about making business out of innovative ideas. Wherever you can make business, if not in a knowledge-based institution, either side of the Danube. So we need entrepreneurial mindset, we know the why, hopefully. But what we are talking about today is the how and what. And there are several ways. There is no one single best way to teach entrepreneurship. We have different ideas. But, as Schumpeter suggested us, by the way, he came from the Danube region. Anyway, so he suggested us to innovation is something of a new combination, not something new, a new combination of different, almost known elements. So we can be here and share different ideas, different teaching methods, different learning methods. We can name different roles in the learning process, whether we have, we have the students. I don't know whether we can use different name for them, wannabes, or what. But when I made my presentation for today, I thought that I don't know how to call ourselves. Teachers, instructors, trainers, mentors, coaches, engineering the learning process. So we are engineers by education. I happen to be an engineer. Sorry. But my professor who with whom I made my exam suggested me at the other side of the Danube. Why didn't you go the other side of the Danube? So I came over and I became a professor here, and now I'm teaching there as well. So that's the combination. That's the new combination. That's what we have to create. And make them enthusiastic. Make them really wanna be. Because without them, we can be very smart. We can design whatever nice learning programs, MBAs, bachelors, whatever. But the question is, what will be the impact? What would be the result? And we will have several great ideas, and we are here to share, to listen. We professors like to talk, don't we? But sometimes we have to listen. And this is an opportunity where we can listen to each other, start to cooperate, start to collaborate. And I guess this Danube Cup concept will open the window of opportunity even larger. It's not an ivory tower where 7 universities of different cities from Regensburg, Passau, Linz, Vienna, Belgrade, and Budapest. We are open for other universities around the Danube to accelerate the entrepreneurship, not just the mindset, but also the practice. Because in these chaotic societies and world, we need more entrepreneurs, and we need more startups to solve the challenges of the countries, of the universe. And it's a hard work, but we are here, we are energetic, so why don't we have this conference, and at the end, I will tell you where will be the next one. Okay? Because there will be, and by the way, in Vienna, there will be the 3rd startup concept competition in Vienna. So the rally went further. So we started here, and the next will be in Vienna, 31st of May. And you are most welcome to join us to have students' competition on startups in Vienna, and join us to promote entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship education in this region and even further. Thank you very much for coming. And last but not least, I would like to appreciate the job of the organizing team. Without them, nothing would have happened here. So we teach the importance of teams. And now you can, and you have to recognize, without them, you can be smart, write an article, whatever. But without the organizing team and teamwork, there is no such thing as a conference like this. So thank you very much. First of all, Lotte and other team members. I don't want to miss anyone here, so I have here, as I mentioned, Loretta Huszák, Erika Jáki, Dominika Kostyo, Alida Kavalec, Áron Borda, Christian Puta, and László Tartman, and Pál Danyi. Thank you very much, appreciate it, and without the sponsors. You know, one of the definitions of entrepreneurship is using other people's money. So that's, that's why we appreciate 77 Electronica, Trezorit, Masterplast, Budapesti Kereskedelmi és Iparkamara, who gave us extra mileage to allow us to go forward. Thank you very much. Thank you for the team, and thank you for the sponsors and the two universities, Corvinus and the BME, the Technical University, for their moral and financial support. Thank you very much, and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to all the professors. I think it was very enlightening and very educational, full of interesting topics. Yeah, I do have to say, I felt like I'm back at school a bit, but in a great way, And I think you already also got a glimpse to, it's you. It's me. Oh, that's fine. We already, I think, got a glimpse into how this conference came to life, because it's a very unique predicament of these universities coming together. As a former student of one of them, I'm not going to tell you which one, this is a very unique event. So I have to say it really warms my heart to see you all sitting here at one table. Okay, we also have some practical information for today. I know this is the boring part, but don't worry, I will be short. So first of all, you might have noticed, and some of you who are here from Hungary, you know that wearing masks is not obligatory here in Hungary inside. However, if you feel like you would like to wear masks, you're more than welcome to do so. We also prepared some masks for you at the reception, and also the reception serves as a point of contact. So if you have any questions, you feel lost, like which lecture room to go to, they are the ones to help you out. In case you don't see me or one of the organizers, they are the ones to help you out. Okay, other important informations for us. This morning is going to be about academics. Exciting, and we are full of interesting program. How to find a program, however. On the previous slide, you already saw a lovely QR code, and that's the one to scan if you want to check how the program is going to run in an online version. However, the program is also printed out, so you can also take notes and make sure you carry it with you to see who is going to present and what the topics are going to be. Okay. In terms of other elements of the program, we are going to start very soon. But other important time information for us. At 11 a.m., we are going to have refreshments here at the faculty club. So we would like to ask you to come back, chat about everything that you learned and everything that you discussed, and then go to the next event. Okay, let's talk about the sections. That's the first program element for today. We are going to have 3 sections, and section 1 is going to stay here at the faculty club. Section 2 is going to go up from the reception. It's going to be, let me just double check, at E67, room E67, and the third one is going to be at lecture room 3. This sounded a bit complex. Don't worry, we have slight changes, however, in the section heads. Unfortunately, transportation sometimes tricks us, and one of our section heads is going to arrive a bit later, so we have to wait for him shortly, but luckily Professor Vecini agreed to step in. So the first part now is going to be that I'm going to ask the section heads just to show themselves, maybe, you know, raise a hand or stand up if you'd like, because the first section is going to be about startup entrepreneurship and research here at the faculty club with Elizabeth Berger. Hi, Elizabeth. Thank you very much. So she is going to be the one staying here. So everybody who would like to come to this section, just stay here comfortably. Welcome. Hi. Just take a seat wherever you'd like. And section 2 is going to be in room E67. Section head is going to be Professor Kai von Lewinsky from the University of Passau. Grüß Gott. Welcome, Professor. So it's going to be entrepreneurship from a broader perspective. I wonder what that broader perspective is. Interesting. I look forward to it. The third section, now, as I mentioned, is going to be Professor Vecini, and it's about best practice sharing, and it's going to be at lecture hall 3. So everybody who would like to listen to that section, it's full of interesting talks, just follow Professor Vecini after this talk. Okay, and I also have a bit of a surprise to you, lastly, which is that You are being streamed because this event is also part of Startup Safari, and we are very grateful for their support. And this is a really important thing for us because, as the professors mentioned in their talks, these conversations and these talks need the recognition. They need to get to as many people as possible. So this event is also going to be something that later can be shared. So make sure you also spread the word, connect with each other, and make this event a memorable one. So thank you very much. This is what I wanted to tell you this morning. And now the sections can start. Enjoy and learn a lot. See you very soon.
Hello.
Natalia, are you there?
Which job?
No, I'm not presenting. Natalia is presenting.
No.
Yeah. Natalia? Great. Are you going to be sharing your screen? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you properly. I think Natalia is lagging a little bit.
Okay, so you will be starting, and would you be sharing your screen? I'll start with a couple of words, but then you would be starting the presentation, okay?
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, so I'd be saying a couple of words, and then you would be starting the presentation, if that's all right.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You want me to share my presentation? Yes.
Yes. But hang on a second. I just would like to say welcome to everyone. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Of course.
So you get ready, and while we're doing that, welcome everyone to today's session. Startup Entrepreneurship Research, this session is called, and we'll have 5 really interesting presentations. I think we've got 90 minutes, so it's really important that we have a timekeeper here. And yeah, I'm excited to hear lots of different presentations. My name is Elisabeth Berger. I'm from the Johannes Kepler University in Linz. And I'll be asking questions, but I would also like to invite everyone here to join in the feedback, and let's have a really vivid discussion afterwards. So I think it's scheduled 15 minutes presentation, or 10 minutes presentations and 5 minutes Q&A. So let's make those 15 minutes altogether count. And we will have a slight change compared to the schedule, because we will first have Natalia from Moldova present the impact of entrepreneurship education on the formation of entrepreneurial competencies of students in the Republic of Moldova. So if you would like to share your screen, the floor would be all yours. And I'm not sure whether you can see us, but you have a very nice floor here. So it's all nice in velvet red. So yeah, let's get started, please.
Dear Professor Berger, can you see my presentation?
Yes, thank you. This looks good. We can hear you.
Okay.
The presentation.
Okay, I say hello to everybody, to the organizers and participants of the Danube Cup conference. And I would like to make a presentation on some results of the survey of students to characterize the impact of entrepreneurship education on the formation of entrepreneurial competences of students in the Republic of Moldova. First of all, few words about the country I will speak about. And the Republic of Moldova is a country in Eastern Europe, bordered with Romania and Ukraine. The economy of Moldova is an upper middle income economy with a relatively high human development index. The national currency is Moldovan lei. Among the main characteristics of economic development of Moldova should be noted a rather low level of GDP per capita and a moderate entrepreneurship development level, despite some progresses in SME policy index and ongoing reforms to ease doing business. Also, one of the serious problems of the Moldovan society is the high level of labor immigration due to the lack of jobs and the low standard of living in the country. The Policies promoted in the Republic of Moldova, which address to a certain extent, directly or indirectly, some aspects related to the entrepreneurial education of young people, are stipulated in a series of regulatory acts, such as Education Code of the Republic of Moldova, Law on Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises. In 2020, a number of strategies expired, which among other things dealt with the issues of entrepreneurship, education, and entrepreneurial competencies. And currently under adoption are Education Development Strategy, Education 2030, which includes priority direction promoting entrepreneurship and economic education at all levels of the education system within the general objective number 1, and the national program for the promotion of entrepreneurship and increasing competitiveness for 2023-2027. Its specific objective 2, strengthening entrepreneurial culture and capabilities, will include a program called Entrepreneurial Education, which will be implemented through 4 actions. Formal entrepreneurial education, vocational training, encourage university-business cooperation, and dual education. The approaches and objectives of entrepreneurship education may vary depending on the context and understanding of the concept in each country. And there are 2 main approaches. The first approach refers to a broader understanding of entrepreneurship, similar to that defined in the key European competence, emphasizing entrepreneurship as a key competence, which aims to encourage young people and provide transversal skills for active citizenship, life and work, and possibly, but not necessarily, entrepreneurship. And the second approach involves a narrower understanding, which focuses on developing the attitudes and skills that young people need to set up and run their own businesses or start a self-employed business. And in Moldova, the broader approach prevails in policy documents. In order to assess the level of training of entrepreneurial skills and competencies of young people at different levels of the educational system, and to estimate the impact of entrepreneurship education on the training of entrepreneurial skills of students, we organized the questioning of students. The survey took place in 2019 on a sample of 289 persons. The average age of the respondents was 22 years, the mode was 21 years, and the most mature respondent was 36 years old, the youngest 17 years old. And among those surveyed, 58% of the respondents were girls, and the 42 boys. The survey was attended by students from 20 educational institutions from Moldova, of which about 80% of respondents were from higher educational institutions, about 12% from professional schools, and the rest from centers of excellence, colleges and lyceums. The structure of the sample, according to the level of education of the respondents, is as follows. About 58% of their studies at the bachelor's level, 20% at the level of technical vocational education or colleges, 80% in magistracy, 2% in doctorate, and less than 1% of respondents study at high schools or lyceums. The majority of respondents, more than 98% who provided an answer, mentioned that within the educational institution where they study, there is a discipline on entrepreneurship. In different education institutions and in different levels of the education system, the discipline of entrepreneurship is called differently. The most frequently mentioned names are basics on entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship and leadership, and the majority of respondents indicated the obligation to study these subjects in their educational institutions, and only 9% mentioned the optional nature of this subject. Respondents overall highly valued the discipline of entrepreneurship. Virtually all indicated that the discipline is interesting or very interesting. When assessing the discipline from the perspective of professional or entrepreneurial career, there is an interesting trend, and namely that most respondents consider the use of knowledge gained about the entrepreneurship very useful and useful for career development, and a relatively smaller number of respondents consider useful of the discipline for activity on their own, without hiring staff. Approximately the same number of respondents rated the discipline as useful for setting up their own business with the hiring of staff, and respectively for developing skills that will help them later to self-realize. And from 2 to 9% of the respondents indicated that the discipline was not useful. Before moving to consider the development of entrepreneurial competences in students as a result of entrepreneurship education, let's review the definitions of entrepreneurial competences. In 1918, the recommendations of the EU Parliament and the Council on key competences for lifelong learning was developed, in which entrepreneurial competence, namely the spirit of initiative and entrepreneurship, was named one of the 8 significant competences. And entrepreneurial competence is defined in this recommendation as the ability of a person to turn ideas into action. According to European Entrepreneurship Competence Framework, entrepreneurship is when you take opportunities and ideas and turn them into value for others. The value thus created can be financial, cultural, or social, and Entrecom defines entrepreneurship as a cross-cutting competence applied to all areas of life, from caring for one's own development to actively participating in society, entering the labor market as an employee or self-employed person, and starting an enterprise of any nature. And in the Republic of Moldova, at the legislation level, in the national qualification framework of Moldova, entrepreneurial competences and the spirit of initiative are named as one of the key competences, which are multifunctional, applicable set of knowledge, skills, and attitudes that all people need for self-realization and personal development, social integration, and finding a job. Also, the formation of entrepreneurial competences is one of the key objectives of the course Basics of Entrepreneurship, approved by the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Moldova in 2015.
If you could now maybe wrap up and come to your main conclusion. I think time's slipped up already.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yes.
So maybe jump to the
here,
last slide.
Here we see that the discipline on entrepreneurship influenced on the formation of entrepreneurial competences of the students which participated in our questionnaire. And not only the discipline on entrepreneurship, but and other disciplines from economic and legal sides. So we see that a bit much than half of respondents say that yes, they have entrepreneurial competences due to disciplines of entrepreneurship that they studied. And at the same time, not all respondents consider entrepreneurial competences to be equally useful in all areas of life. And we see that the students think that entrepreneurial competence will be more useful for them in such areas as the development of leadership qualities in the labor market, in social life, but in less extent in politics and in family. So not all students understand the broader extent of this concept. And we see that the most of students plan after the completion of their studies to start a business on their own or to develop a business with hiring staff. And please pay attention on the dark blue graph. These are those students who confirmed that they have entrepreneurial competencies, and here we see that first of all the entrepreneurial competencies are
relevant.
Are the element of doing business, but not in other spheres of life.
Okay, and, I think we really should have some time to discuss your results, and I think that was already quite interesting.
Yes. And here, the last slide. I'm sorry. The last slide shows us that 1/4 of the respondents show that their professors from their educational institutions are the source of motivation for starting a business for the students, and this. Fact also proves that the discipline on entrepreneurship significantly influenced the respondents' desire to get involved into business.
Okay.
I thank you for your attention. Yes.
Thank you for that very motivating last statement, I think. So maybe have applause from everyone, and we have a couple of more minutes for questions. I don't think we've got another microphone, so I will just try to repeat what people are saying about your presentation, okay?
Okay.
Any questions you've got? Any comments, maybe with regards to that last idea of professors being motivating entrepreneurial leaders, inspirers, maybe there's another word to add to having teachers, instructors, enablers, inspirers, source of motivation. Yeah.
Do you have any theory about the fact whether students need entrepreneurs in the classroom? So are these professors who might be motivating coming from practice or coming from the academia?
Okay. I'm not sure whether you understood that, but we're wondering whether you have any idea whether the students in classes get in touch with other entrepreneurs, or whether they have the opportunity to get to know entrepreneurs, and this might be actually the source of motivation or inspiration, where they're being enthusiastic about entrepreneurship. Is that something you asked?
During our survey, we asked our students what methods are used during studying entrepreneurship, and unfortunately, practical methods are not so developed in our educational institutions. So, unfortunately, during their lessons, students cannot, in the most cases, practice some steps of doing entrepreneurship, only in theoretical lessons. Okay. But they study legislation, they study necessary procedures, but unfortunately practical entrepreneurs are not very often often visit our students.
Okay, so this is something we know from research already, that teaching about entrepreneurship is one thing that can be quite helpful, but what's even more effective to be teaching with entrepreneurship and having formats where we get students involved, where they get to try entrepreneurship and not only learn about that. And one very effective way is then to invite along role models, for instance, other entrepreneurs. So this is maybe something, a implication you could take away also from your analysis of the entrepreneurship education situation in Moldova at the moment.
Of course, you are right, and it was one of our proposals after finishing this project to continue developing meetings face-to-face of students and real entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
To give them the experience.
And then just one more remark before we go on to the next presentation. I think it might be quite helpful for you to check out the GUESS survey. The GUESS survey is a student survey that looks at entrepreneurial intentions and entrepreneurial behavior at higher education institutes. I think they've got by now maybe almost 50 countries in there. And what's really nice about that is that you have scales developed within the GUESS survey, and this is something you could also apply to Moldova, and then have also enable international comparison, which is the nice thing, but also have results which point towards causality, because I think this is something that is not possible from the survey you've did so far. So the GUESS survey, GUESS, might be quite interesting there. So
thank you.
Thanks again, and we will now move on with the presentation on site, which is, I think, very exciting. We've had a lot of Teams meetings, but nevertheless, it was great having you, Natalia, and I think you're going on. So thanks a lot for being here today. And we will
I'll try to return to the conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think we'll need to, or you mute yourself, and then we can continue with the next presentation, which will be on the role of government-backed venture capital in funding growth and innovation, the case of Hungarian government-backed venture capital agendas. You ready? Getting signs whether you're still in the time limit.
All right. So I'd like to welcome everybody, all the participants and all the speakers as well. My name is Balázs Fazekas. I'm from the University of Debrecen, and I'm going to present the paper and the work that we did together with my colleague and my former PhD supervisor, Ms. Patricia Becski-Nagy, about the role of government venture capital in entrepreneurship and startup financing. So we are approaching the entrepreneurship topic from a specific field of entrepreneurship about venture capital funding. And the presentation itself is structured in two parts. The first part of the presentation focuses on our academic research regarding the field. And in the second part of the presentation, I'm going to introduce how we can utilize these research findings in the education of venture capital. So first of all, the topic and our research field, the government-backed venture capital. And why are we putting emphasis on this field? First of all, if we analyze the Hungarian venture capital market, basically the first question that rises is the role of government, as if you take a look at the progress of the past decade, well, the role of government-backed venture capital funding was probably the most significant form of VC in terms of the Hungarian market. And it would be an overstatement to say that government-backed venture capital funding brought to life the Hungarian venture capital market, but the activity of the market was increased significantly after, in 2010, Hungarian government funding and EU funds appeared in the market. And therefore, it created a significant activity that could be analyzed and that could be translated into materials that might help in the education of the startup and entrepreneurship financing courses. And when we talk about the government's role in the entrepreneurship, well, I guess that the startup firms and the venture capital plays a very important role in innovation, growth, and employment as well. Therefore, its analysis has a very important role in the education itself as well. And the question rises, why do we need government in the venture capital market? Well, usually we could say that the more the market can solve by itself, the better it is. But whenever market imperfections arises, then the role of government might increase. And that's the case with the startup financing, because so many market imperfections arise this market: information asymmetries, adverse selection, the economies of scale problems, the spillovers of innovation. So many market imperfections that makes the capital allocation into the private VC market suboptimal. And therefore, on the short run, the government, as a catalyst, might play a role in the development of the venture capital market, and in this way can add a significant element to the healthy entrepreneurial environment. And our finding about the government's role, which is in consensus with the international literature, is that on the short run, as a catalyst, government-backed venture capital can play a positive and important role on the VC market. And whenever we take a look at the active VC and entrepreneurial environments, we see that in the beginning of the development of VC markets, we could observe some government funding and government support regarding the field. But of course, if we take a look at the long run, the goal of the government venture capital funding is to make the room and to make the ground for a private venture capital funding. So on the long run, the government can play effectively only a supplementary role. But on the short run, it might have a positive impact. And that's why we are turned towards the analysis of government-backed venture capital funding. And on the basis of Hungarian evidence, we analyzed what forms of government funding can be, what form is a more effective way to support the entrepreneurs and venture capital firms. And in this way, we analyzed the Hungarian venture capital investment made since 2010 in the form of hybrid venture capital funding and purely government-backed venture capital funding. In case of the hybrid funding, we observed the Jeremy funds that were the cooperation of private and public participants. Public funding and private funding provided the capital that was invested by private investors in case of the Jeremy funds. On the other hand, in the same time, a significant player on the domestic market was the Széchenyi Capital Fund that provided purely government-backed venture capital funding. And our major question was, which form of VC funding proved to be more efficient? And our initial idea was that the appearance of the private interest will lead to a more efficient funding tool for young enterprises. But our analysis showed another result. And as we have limited time, I don't want to go into the detailed discussion of the methodological description of our analysis. I will only emphasize our major finding. And our major finding could be observed in the upper line. So the key role in our analysis was the AGVC, which was a dummy variable describing the participation of the hybrid government venture capital funds. So our initial idea was that when a hybrid venture capital fund appeared, it proved to be a more efficient funding tool. Therefore, we expected a positive coefficient for the hybrid participation. But on the other hand, our results showed that the hybrid venture capital funding had a negative coefficient in our analysis, which meant that purely government-backed venture capital outperformed the hybrid venture capital funding, which was a surprise for us, but it was strengthened by all the specifications of the model. So even in terms of sales, employment, income, in the asset value, in every aspect, we find that hybrid venture capital funds underperformed the purely government venture capital funding. And for that, we found many reasons. The regulation of the program, probably the oversize, the oversupply of capital, the unpreparedness of the market for such a high volume of capital. Many reasons could be observed regarding the underperformance of hybrid venture capital funds. But probably the major finding connected to the actual topic of the conference regarding the education of entrepreneurship is that both the entrepreneurial and also the investor side was unprepared for managing such capital. And we can say that still the Hungarian venture capital market, even though it's improving rapidly, still is somewhat over the infancy of the market, but still in an early development stage, which led us to the finding that basically the knowledge about venture capital is low, the readiness for venture capital investment is also low, and that is one aspect that hinders the effective investment of capital. And that's the point when the education might play a role in our programs. In our studies, there are multiple courses when we are educating the venture capital, different forms of it from a financial, from an entrepreneurial point of view. But to summarize our results, I would say that probably the major questions in education and the first step is raising awareness toward venture capital and how it operates. Because many times when we study, there is an actual course about venture capital. The first question is, are you familiar with bank loans? Of course, everybody is. Are you familiar with capital lease? Everybody is. Are you familiar with venture capital? And the answers at this point are very mixed. And even though we are teaching in a business faculty, at least 2/3 of the students probably heard about venture capital, but to say 5 sentences about venture capital funding would be, well, an unsuccessful endeavor. And that is the main challenge here, to put together the venture capital funding, and in our course also from an entrepreneurial and also from a financial point of view. And the key here, connecting to the previous presentation, putting empirical results to the field. Bring the topic closer to the students. And one of the methods that we are using for that is the case study collections and analyzing actual investments. And therefore, students can see in reality how venture capital works. And the key finding or the major challenge in this sense for our side is, and what we try to emphasize in the education of venture capital related courses, is the flexibility. So compared to all the other funding tools or compared to all the other entrepreneurial fields, when we talk about startups and young firms, the major question is to adapt to that flexibility that is required in this field, because probably there is no other field of entrepreneurial system is exposed to such rapidly changing environment that makes the flexibility of the field inevitable. And that was the end of my presentation, so thank you for your attention, and I would be glad to answer your questions if you have any. So thank you, and I'm waiting for your questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for sticking to the time. Any questions, comments?
I have a question. So, you mentioned that we have to change the education in that sense, just to prepare the market for this venture capital investment. I understood it correctly?
Yes, for the raising awareness for venture capital is a first step, and to increase the awareness for venture capital is a first step to make the enterprises ready for, well, first of all, to know that there is an option for that, and to understand what option they will face when they turn towards a venture capital fund.
Based on the Jeremy program, you have something specific issue to teach? So in the case studies, or what's the lessons from this?
Yes, well, key finding is that after the Jeremy funds appeared and also Széchenyi Fund, and there were other private investors as well, and in the meantime other elements of the startup ecosystem like accelerators and incubators appeared. All of them provide different services. So I will have different potential when I turn towards, for example, an international venture capital fund. I will have different possibilities. There will be different requirements towards me when I turn toward a purely government fund. And after such an experience that we had in the past decade, we can mention special bullet points that we have to put more emphasis when we turn towards a Jeremy fund, a government fund, or a private fund. And we have to be aware of what do we want to know. For example, if I'm more focused on a domestic market, I won't be interesting for the international investors, so I shall not even start the process. If I'm interested more in the domestic market, probably as an economic policy goal, the government funding will be more available for me. But in that case, I must be aware that what are the strict legal and business requirements that they put towards me. For example, I mentioned the flexibility. The flexibility in case of a government fund and in case of a private fund will be absolutely different. Therefore, I must know what I'm turned towards when I look for the venture capitalist. And we have the experience after the past decade to say not everything about these types, but to have a more accurate picture about the actual landscape of the domestic market. Thank you for the question.
Any more questions?
I think doing research on venture capital is quite nice because first of all, there's been a lot of interest in that. We ask all the time, what do entrepreneurs need? And they tell us money. So venture capital is interesting. And then governmental-backed or government-backed venture capital funds is actually, and I think you pointed that out quite well, interesting because it sort of is a little bit of a paradox, almost a contradiction towards that entrepreneurial spirit, and entrepreneurs will find money themselves and they don't need the government, they don't need the support. They will find the idea will be great enough so they can get money from the market, but then governmental backed venture capital is something in between. Then the other nice thing about venture capital research is that you can do quantitative stuff. You can actually test your hypothesis and provide empirical evidence for that. And another thing is that it enables you to do international comparison. And this is something I'd be interested in to see whether you've compared your results to other countries where such governmental venture capital backed funds were set up, or whether you've looked into that, because there's of course lots of research also on government backed venture capital funds.
Yes, the international results are somewhat mixed. So what is, well, in around 90% of the studies strengthens the idea that private venture capitalists overperformed government-backed venture capitalists. But when we specify the question which form of government funding was superior, in that case, the background of the government-backed venture capital will play an important role. When we have a specified government-backed agency connected to the industry chambers, many times they have the knowledge that is inevitable for VC funding, and when we have specified government-backed funding, it creates a better performance than a general hybrid funding. But then again, the results are mixed. But in most cases, I would say that hybrid funding altogether proves to be a better funding form. But then again, it depends so much on the actual background of the actual government funding and the actual specifications of the hybrid funding.
So if you're looking into publishing your study, I guess it would be a lot more into going into those. How are you contributing to those mixed results so far?
Yes, so basically in our study, we made a case study about the Hungarian market, which is useful because we have the actual agenda points of these government programs. and therefore we can analyze them, which contributed to the positive side of the thing, and we can also see what are those aspects that hindered the efficiency of the market.
Thank you very much once again. And I think we're now on to the next presentation, which will be on what managers can learn from knowledge-intensive technology startups.
So now we are jumping to a more behavioral aspect from the hard stuff. Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Diana Beke. My supervisors are Andrea Schoyom and Andrea Juhász-Niklér. And now I'm going to talk about what managers can learn from knowledge-intensive technology startups. And we are going to look for the answer for the question on what level they actually do it. They actually learn it in their management education time. So today I'm going to talk about a startup model from an earlier study that we have developed. Then I'm going to tell a few words about the research methodology. And later we actually gonna answer the research questions, and in the end I'm gonna tell you further recommendations for education development. So let's start with the startup learning model. We have two research questions. Our study investigates what organizational learning patterns, like special patterns, do entrepreneurs have, and what is the skill set of these knowledge-intensive startups. And the next question is whether or on what level these kind of skills and abilities are present in our education, in Hungarian higher management education. So the first question about the patterns of entrepreneurial learning. Just a few keywords and names from the topic, the theory of organizational learning. You might have heard of Algeries, single loop learning, double loop learning, proposed and process values, system dynamics, Zengi's, creative capabilities, the art and practice of the learning organization. And these are the two models that we have built our model on. One is Zenge's component technologies, the 5 disciplines of the learning organization, and the other is Garvin's building blocks, which both work very well for corporates, but we found it important to find a similar model for entrepreneurships and startups. So this is our models. After analyzing a bunch of empirical studies of startup learning, we found these 5 pillars of startup learnings. First, ambidexterity and different kind of decision-making and learning styles of entrepreneurs. The second is about the communication role and the vision-setting role of business model development. The third is failure culture, the role of experiential learning. The fourth is benchmarking and the outer forms of learning, so openness to learning from others. And the last one is the logic of the agile product development frameworks that are built on validation logic, build, measure, learn logic. And the other axis of the model is the levels on what we have to inquire these pillars: behavior level, values, skills, and systems. And in this way, the model serves as a pair of glasses or a lens for inquiring startup learning. The literature provides us many different principles behind these pillars. This is just an example of failure culture and experiential learning, but the rest is in the backup, so if you have questions later, I can show them. Let's jump to the research methodology. The next question is whether or on what level improvement of these skills, if we accept that these are important in successful startup development, so on what level these skills are present in our management education in Hungary. The research process started in an earlier
systematic literature review of a bunch of empirical studies of startup learnings in 10 years. The sample, so the field of the research was Corvinus University of Budapest, and it was the master's programs that we inquired. The data gathering was mainly semi-structured, in-depth expert interviews with professors of the university and startup experts who are responsible for different master's programs. And we also conducted a supplementary document analysis of major development reports and courses syllabus. And in the end, we coded the data of the transcripted interviews. And a further research field can be other universities, of course. So these are the interview questions that I'm going to refer to in the following. So now I'm going to jump to the next slide. So what are the main outputs of the research? We identified 3 of them. The first is some insights of the Corvinus ecosystem as a whole. The second is our, as educators, practical understanding of the different pillars. And the last one is actually the answer to the research question, so the strength of our majors in this kind of abilities. Now I'm going to talk about these in a few details. The first is about the startup ecosystem. First, I asked the respondents to talk about their experiences of the culture of startups appearing in our university. And it turned out that our ecosystem is quite fragmented and island-like. So there are many organizations dealing with startups, but they are not really connected. And sometimes they only know about each other from gossips, which is quite important to know. Another finding is that it is still mostly a trendy topic, and only hard skills are supported by educations, soft skills not really. The values and mindset, however, has arrived to our university, and there are topics around that. And there are many incubation programs and support. There are many actors in this area. So only communication is needed. And I could also visualize these findings in a word cloud. The next is our as educators practical understanding of the principles that has give another layer to the theoretical model that we have built. So I'm going to show a few exciting ones. As for the entrepreneurial learning, the general skills were really much emphasized. As for business model development, the change of business models was an extra critical thinking towards business model was a great strength. Also, failure culture, we have the same understanding actually about benchmarking and learning from others. The openness of this new young generation was emphasized in the interviews. And as for agile product development, there are very different understandings of agility. So that was also interesting. And what was the answer to the actual research question? So I've mentioned that we have inquired the 3 master majors and Corvinus ecosystem as a whole. As a notable strength, we can say that benchmarking is really much strong in our university. We have guest lecturers, entrepreneurs, we work with and discuss case studies. So benchmarking is also explicitly in the curriculum. That is a strength. What is a weakness, on the other hand, is about the experiential learning aspect, the culture of failure, which is actually a weakness. Entrepreneurial learning is there. Critical thinking is the most important from this aspect. Business models are there. Some outdated business models are present in our educational materials, but still there in some way. And as I mentioned, agile product development, agility has very different understandings on the different majors. And I'm going to show just a few examples, a few citations from the interviews to make it clear what I'm talking about. First, I mentioned that critical thinking is important entrepreneurial skill, but we can see that, and we had to understand that leadership and management and marketing masters are mostly corporate majors, and it's a decision about that. And with a model like this, we can serve to them as an example to follow or to learn something from startups. And in this way, for example, business model is for marketing students is only a context that they have to work in, or they cannot formulate it actually. And it is the entrepreneurship development major that has the space for strengthening the startup learning-based education. And I think the university should recognize that they should put more focus on it. As for failure, just a few sentences. Thank you. As for failure culture, we don't teach students to fail, actually. Only a few case studies discussing failures. There are some self-reflection tasks and initiatives. It is a processed value, actually. It is in the mindset. But on a behavioral level, just ask the question, who would talk about a failure in an entrepreneurship? So it's a hard point. And I mentioned it's always about benchmarking. We should instead look in ourselves again. And some just the further recommendations. What should be done then? What should be developed in order to make students learn these kind of abilities? I have 5 recommendations: embracing mistakes, focusing more on the entrepreneurship development program, more entrepreneurship activities in the curriculum, make students work together more, interdisciplinary, inter-majors, inter-specializations, and also linking the Corvinus ecosystem with some kind of a single point of contact. And thank you for your attention. I look forward to your questions.
Totally into my topic. You will see, we will be the last one. My question is that do you think that with a research project, so involving students into academic or institutional research project, can we teach them also to these skills, knowledge, entrepreneurs, failures or something?
Yeah, I actually do think so. If we give the space and the time frames for evaluating their work from time to time, so make them have mini failures. There are some good examples on the marketing masters as well for this in project works. So make them have mini failures and give them time. It is hard because I also teach, and we see that, like, for example, we have 70 students at one semester, which is hard to give them time, but if it becomes better as the university wants it, it can be better. So if we have more time for students, then we can make time for smaller failures and not just like teaching them for success and like year-end evaluation. If you see what I mean. So that's what I believe actually.
Okay, linked to that, I've got a question because, I mean, teaching failure is something we're all interested in, and you suggested to do more of that, but all the suggestions by the participants of your interviews, they were more along the lines of teaching about entrepreneurial failure, right? So we should hear about failure of others, we should hear the failure stories. Do you think, or do you have any maybe tasks or experience you want to share of how we can teach entrepreneurial failure in terms of making students experience that failure? So actually failing and then learning from that failure.
Yeah, of course, as I mentioned, project type of works, working together with companies and each other. So that's one task, I think, and also which is not like experiencing themselves, but I think it wouldn't be that hard to write case studies. And actually, I got motivated to work together with my colleagues and write case studies of failures, or look for guest lecturers talking about their failures. But I think to experience that, it is only about more and more project works. There are really good initiatives in the university, but it's still not enough, I think.
But are those projects really looking at failure, or isn't it that
No.
if you invite companies or startups and you get students to work with them, of course you want them to be successful in the end. Of course they can make small failures or make errors, but is there really a good project work where students experience failure rather than success?
Yeah, actually, for example, I had on my master's, I had a great a course called organizational learning. That's where I got the inspiration. So that was actually it was not a mainstream course. That was actually about the assignment, and the whole course was about our learning process. So the assignment was about the learning process, and it didn't matter. So it wasn't like, okay, you had a mistake, you failed the course or something like that. So I think that's a good example. Yeah, that's a tough question, actually, but yeah.
So if anyone has experience or wants to share that later on, I think what you pointed out was quite nice, that it's not about failing in life, failing a course, but that there are different shades of failure, let's say.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Learning processes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So yeah, I think you'd be happy to hear about more examples also for your implications, and we'll now have a presentation, key lessons from an international comparison of universities' master degree programs offerings on entrepreneurship and innovation.
With a long title. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you for your question.
Sorry, but I'm almost blind. So. Thanks. Thank you very much for your help. Hello everybody, my name is Nicolette Deutsch and I'm an assistant professor at the Corvinus University at the department responsible for business development. So I really want to thank all the critics I've learned from the previous presentation. Thank you very much, because I am the head of the program dealing with business development at our university. So my key conclusions are the same that you've mentioned, so we are in line, I think. Today I do not really want to share all of my slides and tell everything that I wanted to, because we have previous presentation with a concentrated topic and key statements, highlights dealing with the theoretical backgrounds of business development, entrepreneurship, innovation, the key challenges that universities and higher educational institutions have to face. And I do not want to repeat all the comments and supports regarding what's the future for higher educational institutions to become orchestrating participants in international networks regarding research or education on both of them, or the importance of third mission, outreach, and the importance of why we are here. I think that all we know that why we are here for, say, that entrepreneurship education is important for several reasons. For me, the most important thing is that if you check the literature, we can find that most of the authors state that there are huge differences between or among the type, the method, the concept behind entrepreneurship education with different regions. I mean that if you go to a university in the United States and start a course or a program dealing with entrepreneurship, it's quite different if you make the same thing in Central Europe, and really different when you try to make it in the Central Eastern parts of Europe, because they say that we tell different things. We are not able to focus on hot topics or new topics or quite interesting or sexy topics. We are just want to teach with theoretical terms, with all the principles, and we are do not really want to use this type of action learning methods, and we are not interested really in the competence-based education, which is the key for the future. So last year we had a program development process. Our goal was to renew our teaching method, the VOL program, and thanks Erika and thanks Ilona for being the part of the development team. We had a really good team with different backgrounds, with different thought concepts and competencies. We had a really good structured process, and we made several studies and analyses dealing with the literature themes, the statistics, I mean that the recruitment statistics. We investigated the Hungarian market and the key players. We also investigated the international market and the key players, sorry. Or we make surveys regarding the feedbacks of current students, the previous students, the alumni. We also make interviews with the representatives of the potential employers, and we put some new statements on how to teach business development in our university. I really hope that if you make a new questionnaire in the future, you won't get the same results. I really hope it. So today I only want to show you the differences and the similarities between entrepreneurship, or for me, business development education in Hungary and in international terms, in order to highlight the similarities and the differences, try to define the best practices, and we use the methodology called content analysis. We analyzed several documents available for us, both in the Hungarian market and valid for the international ones as well. Sorry, I made some interesting statements. The first and most important thing, and I think that this is a serious problem for us, because in Hungary, according to the numbers, Corvinus University is the market player. Both statistics show that we are the market players regarding the recruitment and the first place applicants in this term. Why should we renew ourselves if we are the market players? Because we want to maintain our position and we want to develop ourselves. We want to make a experience for the students to be a university student. So to have experience, to have a life learning process. And this process was in the home office state from the coronavirus pandemic. So we really wanted to travel abroad. And in mind, we can travel abroad by comparing international education programs. And we have several universities. We check international market players according to the Financial Times ranking list and the EQUIS accreditation. And we find 3 universities with 6 similar degree programs that we think that this is quite the same as we understand under the term that what business development is. You can see that entrepreneurship, innovation, entrepreneurship and innovation, knowledge-based entrepreneurship, most business, quite the same thing that we have already heard from the first presentation. We have several expressions for the same content. And we investigated the aims and the goals. For shortening my presentation, it is important to know that in Hungary, we have accredited programs. So we have the same goals when we teach entrepreneurship or business development in Budapest, in Debrecen, in other cities of the country. We have the same, we have to make the same thing. But when we check the international field, we can say that, okay, it's quite interesting. Entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship, for example, is important both for us, for the Hungarian universities as well, not just for the international ones. We have the same important thing that we want to develop the entrepreneurial attitude. We want to develop the mindset of the students, which is the same. We want to provide modern and relevant theoretical and methodological issues for the students, and this is the same. However, they focus on hot topics. They say that innovation is important, sustainability is important, social entrepreneurship is important. Please remember for it. When we check the competencies, the differences between the highlighted competencies of the master's degree programs, we can see that, okay, it's quite the same, but this list is much broader. The focus, the importance of different skills and the teaching solutions and learning activities behind these skills is quite important. Regarding the content, I mean the structure of the educational programs, we can state that in the international field, several solutions can be found. I mean that if I want to learn entrepreneurship and innovation, I can choose between several types of structures, which is the highest fit with my current situation, with my background, with my interests. However, the key disciplines are the same. Entrepreneurship, innovation, strategic management, finance, accounting, marketing is the same in both sides of the EU. They focus on perspective-oriented courses. It's quite interesting. Design thinking is not a topic. It's not, I mean that it's not a principle. It's not a theoretical field. It's an applied thinking, a mindset developing solution. Creative thinking is not a theoretical course. Regarding the methodology, which is quite interesting, action learning methods are important. I agree with your results. And in the international field, project work, consultancy project with companies with real projects, working on real projects is quite important. Ideation, innovation, internship, shared courses with other universities in order to gain experience with different mindset, concepts, approaches is important. And this is where we lag behind, I think. This is where we lag behind. Because career paths and target groups are also the same. And if we want to develop this type of intended learning outcomes or key skills or competencies of the student, I think that we should make our degree structures to be able to support the development of these skills, and learning activities and methodologies should focus on the inclusion of corporate professorships, which is not a usual case in Hungary. We do not really know this term. And we have to increase the extracurricular learning opportunities for the students. So my most important conclusion, and I really want to finish my presentation, thank you very much, that further research is important, because we have to try to find out the ways how can we map the competence of the student, how can we say, as Professor Vecini stated, that one of the students want to generate ideas. I'm really good in generating ideas. Other students are really good in finding money for your ideas. Other students are really good to make and build teams. And we have to develop teaching methods. We have to develop programs to support these students with modular teaching solutions and try to give the feeling that they want or they imagined when they started to learn business development, for example, in the case of Corvinus University of Budapest. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
For the presentation. I was watching this in real life as well, this development process of the program, and I really love the results. You spoke mostly about what happens in the classrooms, well, of course, in an international benchmarking setting, but if you had a wish, what would you wish the university would do outside the classrooms to support your in-classroom activities?
So the extracurricular activities. I think that we are we have several initiatives in the university, focusing with small elements, and we are not able to gather all these elements together and make that, okay, we are the department responsible for business development, we are focusing on entrepreneurship, we provide you mentoring programs and trainings developed for your skills, and maybe you are not a university student at this program, but we provide you the opportunity to become a team member, for example, who wants to develop or establish a startup. So I think that we should gather all these elements together, make a real thing at the university, focusing on innovation, and understand that entrepreneurship innovation is a process, not a minute in my life, a process. So, and I think that when we can build these connections, I mean that the Hungarian Startup University program or the other things that provided by the government institute responsible for business development, or innovation, research and innovation, we can make these things. So I think that the training, the mentoring, the coaching part is really missing, and it can be an extracurricular activity.
Thank you. I have just mentioned that I'm from the University of Debrecen, and there is the Team Academy, and I don't know whether you have ever heard about that, but in the Team Academy, those students who are elected to work through these kind of teaching methods, they need to establish a company, an own company, and they learn through their startups all the subjects. So I think this is a really unique method in Hungary. And
in the BG, they do the same. So this is the learning by doing thing that they want to try or implement in the,
This was partly cured through the pandemic because it wasn't an option to teach them one by one, but now we need to restart it, and it was really successful before.
Really good news.
No, thanks. I also have a strong voice. What do you think about students enrolled in other sciences and who have also entrepreneurial ambitions? How can they be involved in the education?
The education or the extracurricular activities?
Both.
Our master's degree program is open for students with different background regarding their BAs. I mean that a lot of students come from the BMA to learn something at the Corvinus University, at the department responsible for business development. So I think that regarding this teaching, it's okay, it's fine. We are ready for students with different backgrounds. For the extracurricular solution, it's quite interesting because Corvinus University is focused on economists, so with different backgrounds, I do not really understand that how can we make these options for engineering students. So do you mean that these students
also for life sciences, they have pretty good ideas. They have to put together a company with an economist.
This is quite true, but I only want to say that we have to make partnership with different universities, because in our university most of the students are focusing on business terms. I mean that this is quite different if you are learning the Corvinus, the BMA, and you want to be an engineer and you have several ideas, and how can you and why should you go to the Corvinus University, because we have the same, or they have the institutional background for this. Or maybe I misunderstood your question.
One last comment before we move on.
It depends on the partnership.
Yes, for example, at the University of Debrecen, it's not only for economists, but there are a lot of departments. And for example, we have elective courses, entrepreneurial courses for doctors and chemists and whatever. So I think this is also an important role of the education, and for example, even for venture capital, involving potential, this is very important.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. It's easier there.
Yes.
With different faculties.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll have a last presentation on preparing business graduates for future challenges, comparative analysis of the leading business development master programs in Hungary.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to welcome everyone here in this conference, dear colleagues and guests. My name is Peter Halmosi. We put together this research with Erika Jáki and Márta Aranyosi from Corvinus University and Patricia Becskinagy from University of Debrecen. Let me start by saying that higher education has been facing extreme challenges in the past decades, just to mention digitalization, COVID-19, pandemia, and Industry 4.0. Okay. In this changing world, universities are under constant pressure to decide the new role of the university shall follow in order to foster entrepreneurship. We apply new softwares, new applications every day, but are we really getting more practice-oriented even under the pandemic? So it's a pretty good question. To analyze this complex situation, we first of all conducted a focus group analysis with my colleagues. We set up a questionnaire and made interviews with 36 university teachers. So let me present our main findings of this research. On this slide you can see the admission statistics of the Hungarian master programs in business development. You can see that it only goes for the full-time programs, since the English programs are really niche markets only offered by a few institutions, and the part-time programs are actually different in terms of educational methods and also in additional services offered to students. We focused on the courses courses of Corvinus University, University of Debrecen, and University of Szeged. As you can see, we've covered about 80 to 90% of all students affected in these courses. Let me first say some word about the effect of digitalization on this research. We put together a list of 12 new notions, new phenomena, trends in this questionnaire. We've discovered that these trends are present in the education in all investigated universities. The most relevant, the most popular were artificial intelligence, crowdfunding, digitalization, and supply chain. So actually, these phenomena are present in general at institutional level, but certain universities place more emphasis on these topics. We've also discovered that universities are committed to interdisciplinarity in this education. The Corvinus University and University of Szeged place emphasis on the IT and entrepreneurship, while University of Debrecen is focused on IT and agriculture. This is due to the former interinstitutional collaboration with another faculty. It has an impact on the education. We were also interested in the development of new skills that digitalization offers us every day. The most relevant, most important new skill offered by Corvinus and Szeged University was data visualization. So these appear in several courses, while it is data science in the case of University of Debrecen, again as due to the aforementioned interinstitutional collaboration. On this slide you can see the most important platforms universities and teachers preferred during the pandemic. Microsoft Teams was the most popular, I think, but every university has its own preferred platform, like the WebEx for University of Debrecen, or the Big Blue Button and CoSpace in the case of University of Szeged. These platforms were not only used for teaching, they were also used for examination. Actually, during the pandemic, all universities had performed their online education successfully, and it's interesting that the hybrid life education actually was only typical during the COVID-19 pandemic. After that, it lost significance, except for University of Debrecen, because this was the only university who invested in special equipments in order to maintain this hybrid online education. Tests were also performed online, as you can see, actually. So the most important improvement was actually achieved in the digitalization of curriculums. And actually the online education became very widespread during the investigated time. Our research also explored the different forms of practice-oriented and experimental education. We found most of these practice-oriented and experimental education methods. We divided them into 4 groups: learning from hands-on practitioners, solving real business problems, solving stimulated business issues, and involving students into the research projects. We found 5 different forms of how a student can learn from a hands-on practitioner. The most popular answer was that the lecturer is also personally a hands-on practitioner. It was accompanied by the answer when the company manager was a guest lecturer, or students could meet with hands-on practitioner entrepreneurs. Actually, the involving other university lecturers with practical experience, or managing a factory or site visit during the pandemic was not so popular. In case of solving the real business problem, most answers came from small case studies and real data analysis. So colleagues managed and gathered and worked these data. Project tasks and collaboration with business partners were less significant. However, all universities offered such programs. On these bottom slides, you can see that starting a business or a business simulation exercise were also encountered in the program, and we were happy to see that students had the opportunity to be involved in academic surveys or institutional surveys of enterprises. Sorry. Okay, sorry, so it's on one side, not two slides. The key role of the universities is as education, but we also looked at other possible roles universities can play. So we discovered that elective subjects are offered at most universities, like business development in practice at University of Szeged or design thinking at the case of Corvinus University. Students can meet entrepreneurial role models in most universities, and we've also discovered that the university culture is promoting the value of innovation. Mentoring and extracurricular workshops were also very popular. However, students can participate on pitch competitions. However, the deterrence of access to financing and funding is still a problem at most universities. Let me turn to the final and I guess most important implication of our current research. We've discovered shifts in priority between training and the exam periods. It means that there's a new kind of collaboration starting between professors and students, and actually there's more space, more time to synthesize knowledge and rely on newly established curriculums. Actually, we've discovered that this ongoing transformation is much more than simply using new softwares. Later on, we would like to extend our research by questioning of students and compare and validate the results. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions?
Sorry, you mentioned that during the pandemic we use different digital technologies to hold the presentations and make the courses or seminars available for the students. But what about the effectiveness and the efficiency of these solutions? I mean that we have classes with black boxes without seeing the students. I wasn't able to see the eyes of the students. It was really hard to find out that should I repeat the last sentence again or not? So this part of the investigation is quite interesting, that okay, let's use the digital solutions, but what about the results? And if we use digital technologies for teaching and use digital technologies for testing, for example the Moodle, where the students make small groups and make the exams together, we all know it, but we do not want to know it. So how can we make the reaction for this part?
Let me answer by twofold. First, I asked my students what do they think about the effectiveness of education during the pandemic one of the girls said, Mr. Teacher, I was able to learn cooking during your course. So actually, she was present, rather in the kitchen, not in the classroom, where I was actually giving the presentation, even if I developed new curriculums, new presentations. That's one thought. Two thought, we will extend our research and evaluate more deeply as we get. So we have already the answers from teachers on the one side. We have to make it from the other side, compare it, and I'm sure we'll be very critical with the final conclusions.
Thank you very much, because it's quite important. I think that we always hear that, okay, let's use the IT and the digital technologies for the education. However, I think that
the most important answer is actually on this slide. Well, some of my management colleagues says that they shifted the emphasis from the training and the exam periods. Actually, they said we don't care about the exam periods. We give twice as much work for students during the training periods. You have to study from day to day, from week to week. Previously, what I have taught to students, you will get in advance. It will be the basis, and we'll get something extra during the present. If you do not do this, you will not get the good mark. So actually, one of my colleagues said that actually this situation during the pandemic was important for us. Now we have to decide what and how to expertise, how to commence with these lots of knowledge. We shouldn't lose this experience. We have to put everything back now into education to be more effective.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I think linked to that, it's not only important to ask the students about their opinion, but also find a different point of observing whether we've achieved the learning objectives, right? I mean, one thing which we don't like and which I think is one-dimensional would be to look at founding rates. If they decrease because of worse entrepreneurship education or something like that. But what we really want to do is make people more entrepreneurial. So it could also be corporate entrepreneurship or engagement in NGOs, whatever. But have another point of observation rather than their self-report about whether I like the course or not. And I think if you have a very good survey there, or if you have maybe look at entrepreneurial intention scales or something like that, it will be even more representative and help us to actually deal and design future courses. Thank you. I think that was the end. Thank you very much for a very interesting and interactive session with lots of interesting research, and I think that gives us plenty of things to talk about during the coffee break. So I'll open the floor for that. Thank you.
technical. Yeah, that's like probably.
Good afternoon to everyone. So welcome to the section 4, and section 4 is entrepreneurial education in practice. My name is Nedeljko Milosavljević. I'm director of Center for Technology Transfer at the University of Belgrade, and I will be chairing this session today. All technical things are still the same, so the speakers have 10 minutes for presentation, and then we have 5 minutes for Q&A session. Kitty will be our timekeeper, so at the 8th minute of the presentation, she will show you that you have like 2 more minutes for presentation, and basically then you will also notify about around the 10 minutes, so basically to close the presentation. So without any further ado, I would like to invite Pete Tassi from Eastern University to give us his presentation. A good solution in Finland, a good solution everywhere.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And until now, I just open it. Hopefully. hopefully you haven't seen too much from that, because there will be some warm-up, and I know the time is very limited, but I think after just a coffee break, I was really expecting to be the first one after the break, so just have something. And as you can see, the presentation is done with one of my colleagues, with my boss at Aston University, Eleanor Vetrino, and yeah, she says also like hello to you, and but I will be now today the voice of her as well at this stage. So when we speak about entrepreneurship education, maybe there are a lot of questions, and we not see something from the weed. So I have some question for you just to start to concentrate on the topic. And we have one challenge. Because now it seems not to be correct, like this equation. When you can draw only one single line, how can you do this for a true statement, for a true equation? Because now it's not true. So it's with Roman or Latin letters, so like numbers, so like 6 is not equal with 9. So how could you make it for true? Okay, I will show you the usual solution. The usual solution is that they are not equal. So if you can draw only one line, it's only that. Okay, this is entrepreneurship education when we speak about from the past and maybe in the present. Okay, other solution, please. Okay. So maybe the coffee doesn't have any effect now, but maybe in the next one. So one a bit more innovative solution. One single line, and then 6 will be equal with 6. Okay, maybe another one. I have only 2, but if you can make more, then it will be fine.
Jimi Hendrix song, If 6 Was 9.
Oh, that would be also 9. That would be also good. So next time I will add the other one, but it's a really creative one. And I think if we just speak about entrepreneurship and we want to combine with art education, that would be also nice. But there is another solution. 1 times 6. It's also a solution for that. And I just brought it here because I think if we speak about entrepreneurship education, generally, we usually, what was also in the previous panel that I participated, sometimes we need to figure out the things that we already have in a very different way, or we need to figure out really, really different things that we haven't used at all. And yeah, sometimes somewhere they made also some kind of other ideas, and here you see the results of it. It was somewhere in Finland, as you could see, and I think when you just see these numbers, they are already more than 40 years old, coming from a Finnish city called Jyväskylä, and if you see the facts, I think they are really impressive. So 91% of the students works in 6 months after graduation. 37% of the students runs their own company in 6 months after the graduation. In 2 years, it grows for close to the half of the graduated students. The turnover was more than 1.5 million euro, and project had 10% of the project has more than 10,000 euro as a turnover. And what you don't see that, and this is really, really important fact in Finland, that they paid more than 400,000 euro in the form of tax to the favor of the society. So a lot of things, and the case is that, okay, what is that? How could they reach it with an entrepreneurship education? And the education, it's called Team Academy. And I really don't want to spend too much time because the aspect now would be only one very small point of it, but so that's why I just move it in very fast. It's a kind of old education form now because it has started 28 years ago in Jyväskylä in Finland, and then 25 4 years ago in Tampere as well, also in Finland with another name. It's called Pro Academia. And they changed everything. So they said, okay, higher education students are not students anymore. They shape companies, so they will be team entrepreneurs. They will work together. This was also, I think, one of the most important message from the morning, one of the morning sessions, that we don't deal with individuals. We should deal with the teams of students. We don't have classrooms. We have open space offices. There is no teaching. The focus is on learning. There are no teachers. So my position at the university is team coach, and I don't have classes. I have coaching sessions. And there are no exams, there are dialogue sessions, and of course there are some kind of portfolios as well. There is self-organization instead of control, and there are real business projects instead of simulation and case studies. Of course, and I must to add this, it's not for everyone. So it's for kind of students who are really passionate, who are engaged, who are enthusiastic, and I think that was also kind of important message from the morning ones. But this is Team Academy, totally different way. And only one memory from my first meeting with the Team Academy. I was totally shocked. I haven't understood anything, and I was totally shocked. That was in Jyväskylä 13 years ago, and I just said, okay, what could young people achieve? That was like an intense week, and what could they achieve in 1 week? So, and yeah, that was also like a love for the first sight for me with this one. We made several research on this one, and that's why I just wanted to focus on the key factors of the implementation, because the question in the title of this presentation and also of the article would be that if it's really successful in Finland, can it be, and how can it be successful in other countries? Because we see that there are a lot of differences, and we just made 4 different types of the factors, and I don't want to go deeply into this one, but we just figure out that there is a very important institutional or administrative factor. There is an infrastructural factor because it's totally different. So I started here in Hungary at Budapest Business School 10 years ago as a head coach of that program, and the first thing was that, okay, how can we achieve that students can come into a university building without any teacher to 0 to 25, 24. So like anytime when they want, because it's like a workplace. So that was really interesting. Then there are, of course, educational factors. And I just wanted to say that this double measure, because if you say, 10 minutes. Okay, good. Oh. If you say that, okay, no exams, no lectures, no teachers, so like it's totally fancy. But if you figure out that, okay, beside of your studies, which is like a self-organized way to study, you need to run together with 14 other, let's say, different people, your own company as well. It's really, really hard. So that one. And the last one is the ecosystem, because when we started to do the research a couple of years ago with other colleagues, we haven't focused on this one. So I just brought it to you, 3 different model of it. And the first one is, which I called, or not me, it was Jose Maria Luzarraga from Spain. He just called it the lasagna model of entrepreneurship. It was like a physical environment in Tampere, in the old Finlayson factory. There were 3 layers, 3 levels, 3 floors in an old factory building. And on the second floor, there was the Demola, which is this project-based learning environment that was also in the morning. Then on the second level, there was the Pro Academia, when you can make such kind of team academy education in 3 years. And if you are ready, you can go to the 4th floor, which is like a co-working space. So really, you can follow your way. This was in Tampere. We just called the next one, which is an institutional model of the surrounding and the ecosystem. It comes from my experiences in Bremerhaven, Germany, where the team academy is called Gründung, Innovation, Führung. and what we just discovered, that all the supporters somehow were related to the government or the local government. So that's why we just mentioned it's like kind of institutional model, and also it's like quite long processes. How can you achieve? And the last one is the organizational ecosystem model, which we just described, the model that we have in Birmingham at Aston, or surrounded at the Aston University. Whether it's quite funny now after the Brexit, because Basin is a European finance project, one of the last ones. There is also a unit of the university. This is Aston Enterprise, and there is an Aston Enterprise Entrepreneurs Club, which is an organized society now from the alumni. So this is quite interesting how different it could help. But we just discovered, and I think that could be the message, that without the ecosystem, you cannot be successful when you run like this kind of entrepreneurship education. Yeah, so these are we just to see also that she's my lovely boss, and I'm very happy if you have any questions, and I try to answer that.
Thank you, Pete. So questions?
Okay, now I can see that is also. So I just interpret it in a positive way, which means that you are also shocked in a positive way if you haven't known about Team Academy, as I was shocked in Finland.
Yeah, that's true. So, what do you think? How we can use this for Eastern countries? Because it's.
Actually, it's quite interesting because I haven't mentioned, but now there was one point. There is an international network of team academies, and there were 2 team academies in Hungary. One is still existing, so my colleague or previous colleague is there, and now there is a really prosperous one in Prague, in the Czech Republic. But I would say they really just copied the Finnish version. And of course, one of the main issues in the background is that how enthusiastic the university itself is, because in Prague, what I just feel that they don't have any budget limitation, so they can spend as much money as they want. There is another in Central Europe, which is in Bucharest, in Romania, but there is a private university. All others, except of Netherlands and Spain, they are public universities. Quite interesting, quite challenging, but generally I would say a really good chance.
Is it license based or no? Basically, you can just.
The only expectation to call an environment for Team Academy has been that you need to be an educated team coach. And usually the program is called Team Mastery, and you need to make it at a Finnish company, which is like now it's called Team Academy Global, and then you can call it. There are different ones. This is the educational part, how different the solutions could be, because for example at Budapest Business School it was only a specialization within a bachelor program. In the UK it is a whole bachelor program.
Okay.
So different ones.
I guess you need some kind of how to say accreditation for this kind of program. If
it's a whole bachelor program, yes. If it's like kind of specialization, it's mainly the decision of the university.
But if you're going for the bachelor program, basically, so is it easy to get the accreditation? I'm not sure that it's going to be easy in Serbia.
It's only the national accreditation.
Yeah, it's national. Yeah, I know.
It's a national accreditation.
That worries me.
Yeah, actually, there was also kind of question marks in us when we started the process here in Hungary, and that was also, okay, can we make an accreditation, or how long would it take? And that's why we just decided to make it a specialization.
Okay.
It's quite challenging because we run it for 1.5 years only. And somehow my feeling is that it's too short. Maybe 3 years are too long. There are also solutions when they just combine with like a traditional bachelor in business and management or business administration, and then the first year is together with the other students, and then the next 2 or 2.5 in Finland, they are separated and running the Team Academy.
Okay, great, thank you. Questions from the audience? Yes?
Does this involve putting students in incubators, accelerators? Is this integrated into this program?
No, generally not. But for example, and that was the example of Aston in Birmingham, there are other units in the city or other organizations in the city which can offer that, and we work together with them.
So the emphasis then is more on, you know, actually teaching entrepreneurship in the university or coaching.
I would say the focus is on learning entrepreneurship or discover entrepreneurship.
Right, but this doesn't actually entail them setting up a business. Can they do that if they want to?
Yeah, they can do what they want to. Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
And the program would facilitate that, right?
Yeah.
And would that include finance as well for starting a business?
No, but for example, one team in Bristol a couple of years ago, they just created a company. The name was CrowdReach, and they started to deliver crowdfunding services for the other companies.
Okay.
So they could collect the finance as well. But for example, the other units like Basin and Aston Enterprise in Birmingham, they offer also pre-seed and seed funding for the companies.
Okay.
Yes, Paul. We have one more question.
It was not 100% clear. Was the collaboration between Demola and Team Academy?
Actually, it was just a physical example that they were in the same building, and the way was that, and there was also like the fourth one, that the Finnish secondary education is also project based, and they have also like innovative solutions. So people just coming there, and if you don't want to be an entrepreneur, you can still try yourself in such kind of environment, like such, for example, Demola, when you work with other people on real company projects. If you like it, and if you say that, hey, it was good for me, then I want to continue, maybe you can apply for a pro academia and make your whole bachelor. But if you don't like it, that was your experience and that was it. But they work together, so like there was also like kind of common events and so on with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pete. So our next speaker, coming from Budapest University of Technology and Economics, and he will present how to innovate a course of innovative startups. Sorry, Tamás?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome everyone. Our presentation title is How to Innovate a Course on Innovative Startups. It's basically about this course that we have been running for the 24th semester this year.
Sorry, please close the Teams.
Like this?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So this is about this course that we've been running for 24th semester. We have more than 6,000 students, so now you can immediately calculate that we have a lot of students every semester, and we have to deal with this lot of students. My name is Tamás Iványi, and we run this course with my colleagues, Pál Danyi and János Vecsenyi. We show you a little bit about, a little introduction about how this course works. So what can students get if they take this course? Of course, we have some lectures where they can get theoretical knowledge on entrepreneurship with a lot of concepts. We are introducing them. On the other side, we are introducing them the world of the startups and the entrepreneurs. So we are inviting famous Hungarian entrepreneurs to show how they started their life as an entrepreneur. Also, there's an optional program connected to this course where they can get practical experience of launching an enterprise. So this is a really complex program and a really complex lectures, and mainly the focus is on giving the students a guidance to career planning, so they can answer the questions like, is this a job for me, or is it worth launching a startup for my idea at the end of the semester. Based on this, at the beginning, János Vecsenyi created 3 ways how the students can fulfill this course. We call it Sunday Hikers, Easy Riders, and Startup VIP program. Let me just show you what this really means. The Sunday Hikers are for the students who would like to get an introduction to the startups, and they don't want to really make a lot of effort. The Easy Riders are the students that want to have knowledge and willing to test themselves in the field. And the Startup VIP program is for those students who want to start their own business. They already have some ideas, or they would like to join a group. So based on this, there are 3 ways how they can fulfill the course. The Sunday Hikers take a test at the end of the semester. The Easy Riders have to create a business concept by their own at home in a small group, and they have to create a really short pitch video. And the Startup VIP is a program for the whole semester. They have to create a validated business concept in little teams, and they have to do a pitch. So they have a pitch competition at the end of the year. So you can see we have 3 main ways how the students can fulfill this course. But we were really interested if this is the real free way how they should how we should manage the students. So let me just show you the methodology of our primary research that we are doing every year. We have an online survey that we are sending through our system, the Neptune system, to the students at the beginning of the semester before the first lecture. The methodology is based on convenience sampling, but you will see we have a really high proportion of the students who fill this online survey. And the main topics of this survey is the goals of the course, so why they choose the course, why they think startups are important, and the skills of an entrepreneur. What do they think, our students think that the entrepreneurs should have as a skill. We use semantic scales almost everywhere, and that was really important for us to create this hierarchical clustering that I will show you based on these topics. Just to show you the sample, here you can see we have courses every semester, around 1,050 to 300 students every semester, and all of the semesters the sample percent was more than 50%, so more than 50% of our students filled every semester this online survey. We have students from several faculties of the university, mainly faculty of the electrical engineering and informatics. Here you can see in this diagram the sample and the classes, the proportion of the classes. So it's almost the same actually. We have 6 questions based on their goals, what they would like to achieve with these classes. Here we just show you the main results of this for 6 goals. We are really curious about if they would like to have a practical course or a course about theory. We are really curious about if they would like to work in team or work individually. We would also like to know if they are interested in conventional enterprises or knowledge-based enterprises. Also, it's a really important question if they would like to actively participate in the classes, or they would like just to listen to us or to the entrepreneurs that we are inviting. And also it's really important to us to know that if they would like to do some practical things during the semester or at the end of the semester, and at last but not least, if they would like to do this course as a value of the knowledge, so they would like to get a real value, or they just easily would like to easily obtain a mark and finish this class. Based on this, we asked them which track they would like to choose. And here you can see, if we just collect the data based on their choice, there are really huge differences between these semantical skills. So, for example, with the teamwork, with the practical task during the semester or end of the semester, or also with the easily obtainable mark or the value of the knowledge. But this is the choice of the students. So this shows what the students chose. We also create clustering for understanding how we can differentiate three really different groups of the students. Actually, we can call them the same way, but this was the classification by the hierarchical clustering. And we found out that the main parts are these. So for the Sunday hikers, we see that knowledge is less important. They would like to have less participation during the lectures. They don't really need teamwork, and practice is also less important. Not really important, but less important. For the easy riders, you see that knowledge is valuable. Less participation during the lecture they need. They also don't want really teamwork, and they are really searching for practice. And the third one, which is the most important one for us, the Startup VIP program, the knowledge is valuable for them. They want to participate in lectures, and they really need teamwork, and they're really looking for practice. So let's see the differences between what we created three groups on the clustering and what the students chose at the end. Here is just the same as the factors of the differentiating, as I mentioned, but let me show you this table. So here you can see what the students chose, so what they would like to do during the class, and what we got based on their needs with the classification. And you can see we have three main groups. We have a group who choose according to their needs. That's not really a few students, luckily, but not so many. We also see that there are really few students who choose a more complex way to finish their course than what they need. And there are really a lot of students that we see who chose less complex way to finish their course. To show you the percentages, it's almost 60% who chose less than they need. And we have around 40% who chose according to their needs. So this is a really important question for us, that we see there are a lot of students who would like to finish the lectures, finish the class with a less innovative, less complex way. We see actually no differences between the terms, so between the semesters, almost the same for the more different types of lectures during the pandemic, online, hybrid, offline lectures, almost the same every year. And we don't really see differences. So let me show you the implications based on the primary research. We can see that the original concept by János Vecsenyi, professor, was validated with this word method. So we really have these three types of students. But we have to focus on communication and differentiation based on teamwork, participation in lectures, and the value that they can gain during this course. We also see that based on these results, that the differences between the Easy Rider track and the Startup VIP should be more detailed for the students at the beginning, so they should understand it more to choose the right way. And with more accurate communication, we think that this would help the students to find the perfect way to fulfill their course, because we would like to transform those students who chose the less complex way to their needs, to choose according to their needs. We have just really simple implications for organizing the courses for entrepreneurship. That's the last slide.
That's my side. Oh, good.
Yeah. So we see that students are not forming homogeneous groups. In this case, we have a lot of students, and we have to do the segmentation, and segmentation is inevitable for us, and it can really help to improve the efficiency of our education. So yeah, thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any question, of course, I would like to answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamás. Questions?
Yes?
Can that be an online question as well? You hear us? Good. So I'd like to ask about the grading system, or at least the credit that the students receive in these three different kind of paths. Do they receive the same ECTS, let's say, for the same course, even though they choose three different paths, or do they receive something different as a credit or in the education system?
Yes, originally we gave them the same credits, but about 3 years ago we changed this, because we also saw that sometimes they don't choose the harder way to fulfill it, because they feel it's also the same credits, so also the same that they would get. And for those who choose the hardest program, the Startup VIP program, they get 2 more credits.
Thank you.
It's optional, of course. So the students can choose if they would like to have the 2 more credits or not, but there are a lot of cases when they would like to have it. Yes?
Do you show these results to the students, or I don't know when
not these results, but yeah.
But like you show them, and does it help them choose the right path?
Well, the first lecture is an introduction lecture for the students, when we give them a more detailed introduction for the 3 tracks, and also we show them part of the results of the year's survey. But there we are mainly focusing on the skills of the entrepreneurs, what they think about their skills, what they should have as a skill as an entrepreneur, or what are the goals of the entrepreneurs, because we would like to show them what the class can give them.
More questions?
Unfortunately, I don't see the hands of the crowd, so I don't know if I'm interrupting someone or not, but I do have another question if it's...
Yep.
Yep, please.
So I'm just wondering that if the students can choose this easy or the Sunday hardcore path as well, can we just how do we push them out of their comfort zone? Because if they can choose to stay in their comfort zone and not do any teamwork and just go through the course in the easy way, I think the learning outputs can be also a bit lower than if we push them out of their comfort zone. Just considering my example, when I was in university, let's say, I was an introvert, a complete introvert, and I would have chosen the easy hike, or the Sunday hike, or the easy path for sure, just get through, because I was working part-time next to it as well. But I learned a lot of teamwork, communication skills, and so on when I was pushed to do teamwork. So that's why I'm wondering if there can be a higher learning output if we do way to push them out of their comfort zone.
Yes, and we can also say it's not really a comfort zone for them. So according to the clustering method, we see that a lot of students are doing the test only, even though their needs is rather for teamwork or rather for participating actively in the lectures. So it wouldn't be such a huge push for them to push them out of the comfort zone. But we would like to understand more why they choose the less complex way, or how we can move them to the according to their flow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tamas.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Marton Kostuni from Budapest Business School.
It's okay. It's totally fine. Okay, so I don't know. I just have to find my. Which one's mine?
There in the middle, I guess.
The middle.
Sure.
Choose
it. Choose yours.
I don't know which one is mine. I'm probably this one. Okay. Yeah, that's one. Good, good. Okay. So I don't know what's that. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. So what I would like to talk about is approximately a 15-year-old story. So we have been doing this for 15 years. And it's going to be a real challenge to actually summarize it out somehow in 10 seconds, but I will give you a try. Okay, so before this presentation, we talked a lot about different enterprises, startups, small and medium enterprises, and this kind of thing. What I'm going to talk about is a totally different kind of enterprise, is social enterprise. And the thing what we did is basically how you can involve a university course into the ongoing development of social and entrepreneurship in a very poor community. Okay, so to do that, we have to go back about 15 years, and we have to go to Tomor. But the question is, where, right? So let me help you a little bit. This is the Milky Way, right? And that's our beautiful green little ball there, the Earth, okay? That's Europe. Here we are, Hungary, okay? And this is the map of Hungary. And what you can see with red areas, these are the most deprived region in Hungary, which means there is a lack of education there, there is a very high percentage of poverty there, the people usually live 500 to 800 euro per month with 4 or 5 children. In Hungary we have 3 million people living in poverty. We have a 10 million total. The Hungarians are 10 millions, and 3 millions of them are living in poverty. So poverty is an absolutely huge issue in Hungary. But if we compare this picture with those pictures where the Hungarian Roma live, we're gonna see a pretty same picture, right? Usually in Hungary, those people who are affected by poverty and low-income families, most of them belong to the Roma population as well. We work with a community up there in north, here and not far from Miskolc. So that's the small settlement where we are working, and it started 15 years ago, and it looks like this. So it's very beautiful, and it's pretty hard to give you this kind of experience. How hard to live in a poverty like in this place. Okay, so it's really need a self-experience to understand how the resources are really lack of them. So that's why we started the whole thing with a lot of group-based decision. Actually, it's me there. And we started working with the families, with the children, and we did a lot of projects. Okay, so and it went about 8-9 years or something like that, and we ran a lot of different development programs. And after these 8 and 9 years, it happened that it created a pretty strong community, which were able to start thinking in an entrepreneurship way. Okay, so that's why we started our first social entrepreneurship, which is called Romama. That's a Roma restaurant, which is actually run. The idea was all the social enterprises. The basic idea behind of it is basically not making profit, rather making social profit. Okay, so all the ideas are coming from the community. The community are actually managing and own these kind of enterprises. Okay, so this is really theirs. Okay, and after that, this is how it looks like. And after that, we have a, I don't know, movie night. And after that, it's just like when you drop a little stone into a lake, a lot of new ideas come up, and because there are a lot of lack of services there. Okay, and so transportation enterprise showed that and this kind of thing, and in this kind of context, there came a university. Okay, these are some problems, which is called MOME. Okay, I don't know whether I can play a little video or not, but it's not really important. The whole thing started with a summer camp. Okay, MOME is an art university, so they are the students are not don't have any kind of business background or some kind of things. They are different type of so they're learning different type of design things. And what we did first is to create a 1 week-long summer camp for the children with the university student. The main idea behind it was to create trust, because when you want to work with a community, when you want to work with people who live in poverty, it's the main concept is to gain the trust and to build this kind of trust. And we would have liked to build this trust to the children, and after that we can reach the parents as well. So we planned the course, I mean this 1 year long summer camp, obviously together with the community, and after that it was pretty successful. So everybody loved it. The community loved it, the university student loved it, and this kind of stuff. We have beautiful videos about that, so you can see it after that. And based on this kind of experience, we started thinking that what if we start a course? Okay, so what if we not just organize a summer camp, rather we start a real university course from September. And then we started planning it as well together with the community. The idea behind it was that, as a lot of you are actually previously mentioned, the student formed a team and they started working with the entrepreneurs, okay, online, because this settlement is 222 kilometers away from Budapest. So you cannot do this offline. But we had the opportunity to bring all the students into the town twice per semester, and so both of them took 3 days. So they could live with the families. They also could do trust. They had this kind of experience. What is to be living in poverty, you know, because a lot of people doesn't have this, unfortunately, doesn't have this kind of experience. Okay, the student and the entrepreneur started to work together. Okay, and each and every week, just like every university course, we have this kind of course meeting when we try to do a training-based education. Okay, so, and we try to bring up several different aspects, how you can work with the deprived families, how you can understand what they need is, how you can understand what an entrepreneurship spirit is, and how you can somehow cooperate and recreate and think together the thing. Okay, we all obviously spoke a lot of different things like social entrepreneurship development, Roma history, human-centered design, social design, and so on and so on and so on, which is obviously needed a lot of different tools, what we used. I think that the businesses gained a lot of things. So first of all, they got a lot of beautiful design ideas, but I think that's just a tool. The main thing what they gain a lot of connections and a lot of resources what they could use after this course. Okay, the student obviously learn a lot about the disadvantaged situation in Hungary, also learn a lot about what you can do, and also learn about how you can work with an entrepreneur. Okay, they created amazingly so many strong ties between the entrepreneurs and the student. And what is very important for me is this actually persisted after the course, which is very, very important. Okay, the best of my knowledge, this is the only course in Hungary which has ever tried to involve university students to work with disadvantaged communities and create and help social entrepreneurship somehow. So I don't know anything much more about that. And we obviously used a lot of very well-known tools like BMC and social design toolkits. Unfortunately, COVID came. And we couldn't go further after that because it is really, really needed this kind of two segments in a course that the student can, you know, live and work and think and be active together with the community. And the COVID just, you know, just erased this kind of opportunity. So we not follow this course after that. We don't know what the future comes or what the future holds, so we really hope that it's going to continue. And there is another a song at the end, but I cannot play it. If you don't mind, I can try it. It's not really important. What I would like to tell you that it's not a success story. So it's not a success. We don't have this kind of very easily followable tools in our hands, what you have to do and you can do everywhere. Obviously not. That was something like a roller coaster. Something is worked, something didn't work. Okay, and I just would like to give you this kind of sense that it can be worked. So you can do it. The university can do it, and even if the universities has a very rigid institutional context, it's still able to help and work together with low-income families and create some very beautiful things. Okay, so thank you so much, and this was my presentation, and I hope I made it in time. I don't know. Almost. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Martin.
You're welcome.
Questions? Yes. Why exactly Tomar? Why exactly that village? Or it was accidental?
No. I'm a social developer, so I have been fostering social enterprises since I don't know when. And one of the very important thing is when you're working with the community is that it cannot be. So the Tomar community is not as poor as other part of the Borsod. So there are much worse, I mean financially and contextually, much worse places in Borsod. And it was even hard to the student to realize this kind of situation. And if we bring them to an even, you know, a harder situation, it could be even more challenging. So that's why. And there were a lot of social business ideas there, which actually needed some kind of a design element and this kind of thing. So that was the other part, because, you know, so they needed a logo, needed a brand, needed a Facebook campaign, needed some kind of a visibility and this kind of thing. So that's why.
Yes. Yeah. Hi. Very interesting presentation, but would you not argue that there is something called, as I do, informal entrepreneurship, because these people who you're dealing with, I would assume, are not paying tax and social security, all that sort of thing, right?
Yeah. So I didn't have time to speak all about.
All right. Yes. Okay.
But
now, anyway,
these are not people.
Okay. I myself am doing research into something called informal entrepreneurship, which is not quite the same as social entrepreneurship.
It's not.
And I'm doing it with Roma communities here in Budapest who collect rubbish off the street in you know, this practice called lontanítás, which is municipal rubbish collection. Okay, and they salvage and collect stuff, and they might make money out of this. So I should suggest is entrepreneurship already exists.
Yeah, sure.
So
that's totally
you
fine.
know,
So I
nurture this in different directions.
Yeah. So the thing is that there are so many different ways how you can develop social enterprise. One is when you started from the idea, but the other thing is when there are some informal, tons of informal social entrepreneurs who are actually working in these villages and started working with them to, you know, to create a formal enterprise out of it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it isn't.
You know, we tend to think in terms of this dichotomy that, you know, if something is a social enterprise, it must be formally registered, you know, to be doing something good. But informal people are doing it as well.
Sure.
For example, we have a Roma here in the lontanítás. They might be stripping TV tubes out, all that sort of thing, and taking out copper on that wire and all that sort of stuff, which is actually helping the environment.
I worked in Csenyite for 5 years or something like that, and we created some kind of enterprises based on these longish thing what you just mentioned. This is about a little bit of different because I would love to speak with you about this because developing social enterprise is amazing, but I really would have liked to bring something which actually incorporate the university teaching into this process. Okay, and I'm pretty sure that that something is pretty feasible to do something like that with the informal entrepreneurs as well. But I'm not quite sure that you can do it with design students. You really need some kind of, I don't know, business background or student who have different ideas. I don't know. So, but you know, so this is a little bit different story. But,
Slightly.
But I get you.
Professor Janos?
Yes. It was great. Thank you very much for the contribution. I just wonder, what if you are alone and you have other interests to go forward? Who would follow? Who would start or initiate such programs in that region and other regions? We need institutions behind, or even entrepreneurship behind, because it otherwise it's just a Don Quixote effect.
It's just one single program.
It's just a single program. Do you teach it, let's say, in the Miskolc University? Do you teach it in Debrecen, in Nyíregyházan, and encourage people to found their own foundation which would follow this concept and help people to...
So there are two ways which we are actually working on. One way is to one man to another. So when something like this happens in a village, it's pretty fast that the next village or people from the next village coming up with an idea, and we're starting this whole process from the validation and so on and so on, idea creation, this kind of thing. The other thing is that I'm actually currently speaking with the University of Miskolc, with the anthropologists there, and they are pretty interested to incorporate this kind of technique into their course material. I'm 100% on your side that it is really needed some kind of institution to get behind of this. I hope that MoMA was this kind of institution, but COVID started, you know, and so I don't know.
And continue.
And maybe we will, So that's the question, and maybe it's better to work with the Miskolc University because it's much, closer to these settlements. We're gonna see.
Try Nyíregyháza as well.
Or maybe Nyíregyháza.
Is too rich, but Nyíregyháza might
I'm
be.
not quite familiar with Szabolcs. I worked there a little bit, but not really. Well, we will see. We will see. Okay, we will see. So thank you.
Just a quick recommendation on that. Follow up on that. Google actually run a very good tender which would fund similar initiatives actually. Last year there was a very good tender where university consortia could apply to target these kind of programs where it's targeting entrepreneurial initiatives in disadvantaged regions with university collaborations.
That's pretty amazing. Could you send me the link, please? I'm gonna. Here is my. I don't know whether I can show my email address, but could you do that? It's gostonyi.marton@unibga.com. Okay. Could you send it to me? Amazing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. Okay, next two speakers will be online, and our next speaker is coming from Vienna. Johanna, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, we can hear you. So, I don't
Wonderful.
know. Are you going to share the screen? Or?
I would like to share my screen. Could you tell me if you see my screen?
No.
They don't see it at the moment. I think you have to open the Teams application. Yes.
Okay, now we see you and
Fantastic.
And in presentation. Great. You can start.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Johanna Wiesner. I'm from Vienna University of Economics and Business, and today I'm presenting the Entrepreneurship Avenue, which is an event series designed for students. And this is basically our cross-disciplinary approach for entrepreneurship. And I would like to start with the problem statement when we actually established the Entrepreneurship Avenue, what we were facing. So in 2014, we have seen there are several needs in regard to entrepreneurship education. Only 2% of Austria's students actually have the opportunity to engage in any entrepreneurial activities, and that actually is a signal for us that is actually too little. Also, back in the days, there was no cross-university networking, which means students didn't have the opportunity to meet students from other academic backgrounds to build interdisciplinary teams. And also, third, even though there were very great and prominent programs and formats in the ecosystem targeted to startups, there were none that are really suited to young students and on a very early stage level. So with that being said, we actually created some of our guiding beliefs, meaning we think that a greater proportion of students need to become aware of entrepreneurship, that it is an attractive career path and what they can do with it. Also, if students have the playground to try out entrepreneurship, they gain confidence and self-belief, which in action turns to more startups and greater success of the startups. Also, great business ideas come from interdisciplinary collaboration. It is important to have several skill sets within a team. Learning also includes testing, failing, and iterating. And for us, it is important to have a supportive environment. Founders inspire founders. It is important to be on an equal level and have people inspiring other founders on this level. And when we're talking about the ecosystem, it's also important that the economy actually needs continuous reinvention, which is basically led by startups and innovation. And people in our society also require inspiring and meaningful work. With these guiding beliefs, we actually created our purpose of the Entrepreneurship Avenue in our program. So what do we want to do and what are we actually doing? We are creating awareness. We show students that no matter what they study, will it be medicine, economic, art, every student can be an entrepreneur. It is for their profit and also for societal profit. We want to stimulate growth. We want to encourage everyone and learn teach them new skills and show them what entrepreneurial thinking and acting is. We also introduce them to skills, meaning entrepreneurial skills in regard to learning about the practices, but also applying them in an environment. Fourthly, we encourage collaboration because we are in an interdisciplinary setting. We want students to work together in teams in regard to not only business people, but very diverse team. It is also very crucial to us that we provide a platform that is fun, engaging, and dynamic, but still in an authentic and professional way. And we are leading our participants to actually take action. Of course, they can talk a lot about their idea, but in the end, we really want to encourage them to take action and turn their ideas into viable businesses. So, the Entrepreneurship Avenue is Europe's largest startup event series for students. It is designed to inspire, encourage, and support students to join the startup scene. Our DNA with this program is to have a very low barrier entry for several target groups, meaning students that want to receive inspiration, encouragement, want to learn about entrepreneurship and being supported in a pre-acceleration program. And last but very not least is the interdisciplinarity and cross-university positioning of our program. As I said, it is very crucial to us to have this approach from several academic backgrounds to unite several universities and actually provide this as the base for a lot of student startups teams. So our main target groups are, of course, students, but we can divide them into entrepreneurs, meaning students that know about entrepreneurship, they know about the concept, and they are really dedicated to found their company one day. And then we have these explorers. These are students that do not have a lot of know-how about entrepreneurship, maybe haven't heard about it before, but still they are curious and want to learn about that. So these explorers, we want to inspire them, show them what entrepreneurship is, and ideally turn them into entrepreneurs so that they can found their companies, build their projects basically, and take action. So our program outline from 2014 until now hasn't really changed. So we will always start with a kickoff event, which is mainly based on inspiration, showing what entrepreneurship is, showing that entrepreneurship has many facets no matter what you study. Then we are diving deeper into our lab series. It is a series of 4 workshops, as we call them, and within interdisciplinary team settings, we introduce students to entrepreneurship and help them gain hands-on experience. So this is the action and doing part. And last but not least, our very, very big highlight of this event is a conference. It's a final full-day conference located in Vienna, full of inspirational keynotes, the Pitch Award, and this is the place to dive into startup ecosystem, but also get the chance to receive visibility with the startup, but also be connected. So we start with the kickoff in regard to inspiration. We have the lab series for taking action, and the connection part with the conference, where we have a lot of participants there or attendees, more than 1,000 attendees, and connect them with the startup ecosystem. So how do we organize that? We have 2 co-founders and 2 co-organizers of the Entrepreneurship Avenue. It is the ECN. The ECN is a cross-disciplinary or a cross-university network in Austria, which is basically the faculty level. And on the other hand, we have the students level from the SIMC. SIMC is a master program at the University of Economics and Business in Vienna. And I am part of the ECN faculty, meaning we comprise the founders and the organizers of this event series, and we are in constant exchange with the students that are coming from SIMC. So we recruit from this master program 2 head organizers, 2 students that are in charge and leading the entire organizing team. The organizing team comprises around 30 to 40 students that are organizing the Entrepreneurship Avenue on a voluntary basis. The organizing team changes every year, so we have quite a dynamic change there, and we as the faculty are here to take a look that the DNA remains the same and that we can actually grow every year. So here are some numbers. From 2014 until now, we had more than 11,000 participants that were actually active in our program. Also, our interdisciplinary focus is growing, and we are very happy to do so. This year, we actually have more than 70 universities represented. Also, since we entered this year the 9th round of the Entrepreneurship Avenue, we established a community of mentors, experts from the startup ecosystem of more than 500 people. Of course, we're all about startups. We have successful startup stories in our program, especially Refurbed and Hockeyfy, but in total more than 250 startups were founded. And in 2017, we received international recognition because we were awarded with the AACSB as the only European program out of 120 applications. Since we were talking about internationality, this year we were quite honored that the Joint Chamber of Commerce from Iran and Austria showed interest in our program, and they said they want to send Iranian students to the startup, to the Entrepreneurship Avenue, and actually created a preparation program so that their students can actually participate in the international setting. When we're talking about internationalization, due to the COVID situation, we had to shift the program fully online, but that actually increased our internationality. Right now, since we established and handled the situation quite well, we now have hybrid events, so some parts online, some parts in person, because we think with this hybrid setting we can allow many students to participate, but also it is important to have this in-person connection. Also, last but not least, one very interesting fact is that this year the first franchise Entrepreneurship Avenue is happening, because we took the format and someone in Ghana, some partner universities are actually executing the Entrepreneurship Avenue in Accra. Last but not least, I'm about to sum up my learnings that I want to share with you throughout the 9 years that we have gained so far. So it is important, when we are working as a faculty together with students, it's important to work towards a common goal. It is important that everyone is on the same page, and what you get from the student startup teams, even though if they're changing every year, they're super motivated and they are working with you with strong dedication to the same goal. Staying true to yourself, even though we are developing each year, we still keep our position in being an early stage in interdisciplinary program. So we remain to our DNA. Thirdly, communication in several languages is important. Because we are attracting students from various academic backgrounds, it is important that we differentiate the communication to these target groups, because art students are, for example, not attracted by the terms entrepreneurship and startup. And last but not least, do not take anything for granted. Even though we've established strong relationships and have a strong position, we have to communicate every year and to start promotion from scratch. And this is something, nothing we take for granted, but still this is a lot of effort that goes into that. With that being said, thank you very much for providing us the opportunity to present the Entrepreneurship Avenue to you. This is our team, Rudolf, Monique, and myself. Unfortunately, I cannot be present in Budapest this time, but Monique is now in another section presenting something, so feel free to reach out to her in the coffee break. And now I'm happy to get any questions from the audience.
So we can start with the questions. Yes, Professor.
What is the key to success? What are the ultimate reasons that this program is successful?
I'm afraid I do not understand the questions. Could you, Ned, repeat or maybe hand over the mic? That would be fantastic.
I will hand over, it's easier.
Hi, congratulations to the program. I just have a minor question, Joanna. What is the secret of success?
The secret of success is probably that even though we have an innovative or a program for innovation, we are innovative ourselves. So we do not, we still stick to our DNA, but we redefine the program every year and see what are the needs in the market, what do students want. We adapt every year, and the program seems to be familiar each year, but still it is different in its core. And I think another secret sauce is probably that we have a strong team that is very dedicated and motivated towards working to the goal. And actually, I think what is also might also be a success is that the students that attended as a student startup team in the past, they are now about to become unicorns, or already are unicorns, and they are still referring to being part of the Entrepreneurship Avenue. And I think this is a nice word of mouth that is happening and providing us success.
Well, it's great. So I wanted to ask the follow-up question of the measure of success, but you just mentioned the unicorns. How many unicorns you can grow in this avenue? I didn't. Do you have asphalt on the avenue or grass?
So for us, it is important as a very early stage program to provide as many students as possible with the program, with providing them a playground to try out entrepreneurship firsthand. So this is basically one of our key KPIs. And of course, if a lot of startups come out there, we are super proud of that and happy to do so. But we are not measuring directly on how many unicorns are about to come. Of course, there are some that are coming, but I think it also takes time. I mean, this year is only the 9th year we are doing the Entrepreneurship Avenue, and I think it will take 5 or 10 more years to have more unicorns there, because we are so early stage, and after completing our program, it takes a couple of more months or around a year until the teams are really founding their company.
Oh, by the way, who would finance this avenue? Road making is quite resourceful endeavor. So how can you finance this avenue?
We're happy to have very strong partners. So as you have it with Danube Cup conference, we're happy to have sponsoring partners on the other side, and they are actually financing the program.
All right. Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you.
Any more question? I have a quick one. Because you are running that for several years, can you just give us what was the biggest challenge in the running program?
The biggest challenge is, I mean, we had one of the biggest challenge when COVID hit, basically, because we had all of the events in person at several universities, and that was actually something. Can we still make sure that people are attracted to this program? Because most of the people attended because of the network, and it's hard to have this networking part in an online setting. But what is always a challenge or something that we want to tackle every year is, because we have the students in the organizing team, we always have to make sure that we are on the same page, that everyone knows what is the USP of the Entrepreneurship Avenue, and that we are all working towards a common goal. So it is really a challenge basically each year to onboard the students well enough so that they can basically create the avenue.
Thank you, Anna. One more applause.
Thank you very much.
And our last but not the least speaker is Balázs Horvat. He is coming from Kimitisk, the Netherlands, and he will also join us online. Balázs, please.
Thank you for having me. Do you hear me well? First, I would like to apologize for my unorganized sentences. It's 4 a.m. here. I'm living in Vancouver, Canada, so the night is catching up with me. So I might lose my thoughts sometimes, but I will catch up, I promise. So I'm going to just share my screen. I think that's the easiest. If I already, yeah, I'm already sharing my screen, if I believe. So today I'm going to talk about one of these research projects that we did internally in our organization when we figured out what are the big challenge before COVID hit. Obviously, we also suffered a bit of challenge there. But what were the biggest challenges in our short-term entrepreneurship programs? Just a bit of background about us, what we do, and so on. So the context is clear. We are very much resonating with the entrepreneurship avenue. We are running entrepreneurship education programs in more than 20 countries, starting from MIT, Boston in the US, to all the way to Japan with Google together. So we are running with, I think, now more than 25 universities actively, entrepreneurship education programs, and large organizations like Google and Microsoft as well. So all of these programs are challenge-based learning. They are varying from 3 days to 2 weeks to a full semester course as well, coming with a lot of guest lectures and mostly learning by doing. So the lecturing part is actually the least which happens in our programs. And here are just some pictures about some recent events from Barcelona, Ljubljana, and from the USA as well. So what we realized in these programs that there is a certain pattern was forming in each of these events. Then there were some teams which were performing really, really well, and some were just lacking behind, even though we saw the potential and the idea was really great. As mentors ourselves, as coaches, we saw that there could be way more coming out from those teams as well, and they also wanted to improve on that as that a little bit. So we turned things around a little bit, and we put ourselves into the entrepreneurship journey. So we went through the lean process to validate the problem of our own and validate if it's existing in multiple other programs as well, not just there is a problem with us. And we started to dig deeper and deeper into this topic. And then we realized that this need is popping up, or this problem is popping up in all across Europe first, and then across the globe as well, when we scaled it up to the other continent as well. What was the biggest finding of this issue is actually the team dynamics, or the lack of it. So what we realized, if we create teams, because in some educational progresses we have 500 students arriving to the for our programs, let's say an event in Paris, which was only 3 days of an education, more like a raising awareness of entrepreneurship to get to the entrepreneurs, to quote the previous speaker. There, obviously, timing is pretty short, and if time is lost while, let's say, two hustler type person is really pushing their own idea, and they cannot go forward with the idea because they always have their own belief and where does the idea should go, and it's very hard to negotiate inside a team. That can be a pretty frustrating. Obviously, if it's a semester-long project, it's less of an issue because there is time to figure out how the team is working together. But if you just craft the team quickly right before the event, this can cause the hiccups. So that was our findings first on the need or the problem itself. So then again, we went to our background. I myself, I finished my PhD studies in machine learning in process mining. So that's why you see these process models there. So we went back to the drawing board as entrepreneurs to figure out, okay, what are these processes? Who is going through? Obviously, the event organizers we went through, okay, what are the path of organizing such an event? Then what are the business coaches are doing to guide through the whole idea or the ideation process and the pitching? And the participants, what is the process of the participants, and see where we can improve, where we can figure out new methods. So when we had the oversight of what the activities are which happening in an event, again from a step back, then we realized that okay, we need to build an MVP first to figure out okay if our assumptions are correct, and this team building mechanism can fix these issues of the hiccups in the end of the ideation, of the quality of the idea in some cases of the teams. So what we did, we created a team tool. I have a software development firm as well that is based in Hungary. So I gave the task for the MVP for my employees. They developed the tool for us, and then we started to validate with our partners. And this tool, in the early stages, didn't have the machine learning part. Right now it has, so I might need to update my slides about that. But the core idea of this thing is the archetype detection. So we have these entrepreneurial archetypes. There is a lot of research about this. Obviously, most of us heard about the hacker, hipster, hustler, hound, the 4-H, or the Build for Growth from Stanford, or the LOGB, this LOGB personality test as well, and the other leadership personality or archetypes. There we combined some of these researches which is on the market, on the market with my researcher background a little bit, and then we crafted an MVP, a questionnaire. So first, obviously, we have to validate if the questions are giving the right archetypes. So we went through several validation rounds in our summer schools and winter schools to see if this archetype is matching. So the coaches were validating that with control groups. We figured out, okay, that is working. Okay, let's see if it's improving the mechanism in the team dynamics. So what we did, because we built in this team tool as well, is challenge allocation, because one of the other key aspects of a successful idea or a successful team dynamics is the passion. Like in every startup, if you have the passion, it's a way higher chance that you will get to a level when you get through the difficulties as well. Like in team dynamics, some difficulties can happen, but if the passion is shared with the team, then you can get through it. So we made sure when we have, let's say, a 500 student event, when we have 50 challenges at least, or 100 challenges, more likely if it's 500, then we only show challenges on our platform that the students can choose themselves, which is still available for them. So there is no disappointment. So we created a function that is checking the archetypes and the diversity of the traditional diversity measures as well. If this person is fitting this challenge still as or not. So if it's not, then it's not visible already for the participant. So they can allocate themselves into teams and to challenges where they are passionate about, and they fit with the archetype to the team dynamics as well. And then this team also has business coach management, which helps us for the research part, where we are validating the concept behind. And now, after a while, we built in machine learning to further improve this archetype detection. So there is a reinforcement learning going on in the background, where the coaches are setting personalities with every coaching session. The coach is setting up the personality skill levels on leadership, on communication, or research background, and so on. So these skills are set up, and this is reinforcing the archetype matching. So if the questionnaire mismatched somehow or miscategorized the participant, then the machine is learning behind. So in this research setting, in the first round, we just run in 12 events with more than 1,000 participants, with more than 20 nationalities in 5 different countries. Each event was in between 3 to 14 days, just to set different settings as well. And they had control groups. So 60% of the teams were created by the team tool, and 40% were by the traditional diversity measures like gender, major, nationality, and for example, location where they come from. At the moment, it's most of the time is different. By the way, our students are living somewhere else than their nationality. So then we run these control groups as well, and what was important, how we evaluated our model behind is the business coaches were one of the evaluators, the jury members, and the participants themselves. So the business coaches didn't know which teams were created by the tool or which were the control groups, and the jury members neither. So their feedback, obviously, through the processes, the business coaches gave us feedbacks of which teams worked very well with the team dynamics and which teams didn't. The jury members obviously scoring the ideas and the progress of the teams in the end of the challenges, and the participants themselves give a feedback on how their teamwork is, and we compare that to previous years of events. So well, the results were pretty interesting. 94% of the results from the coaches showed that they identified which are the better teamwork. So the higher, the better teams were the ones which were created by the team tool in 94% of the time. And the projects came out of the whole thing were higher quality, that we received the feedback from the organizers that in these events the outcomes were even better quality than the last years. The participant ratings of the events were outstanding because they enjoyed the whole challenge way better because they had a shared passion, and also immediately they clicked together, at least that's what they said, in the team dynamics. And the winning teams of these competitions were all coming out from the team to build teams because they could do more in the same amount of time. So, but I guess I'm running out of my time, so I just jump into the conclusions, and we can continue the discussion with the Q&A. I hope I shared all the things I wanted because the 10 minutes is gone, and I just stopped sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you, Balázs. We can start with the questions. Yes, Paul.
Hello, Balázs. Congratulations. It's a great talk. My question is, you mentioned that you have teams all over the world. How can you cope with the cultural differences? And what about the culture aspect?
Mm-hmm. Actually, what is pretty interesting is it is pushing the teams out of their comfort zone. So, as I said, the traditional measures were already the diversity from nationality and localization where they live as well. So that includes the cultural background, let's say, coming from Spain to have a bit more chill work tempo or work momentum as well, compared to, let's say, a very much focused Finnish method. I was living in Finland as well, and I also love the talk of the first presenter, by the way. So what was interesting for me to see in these setups, even when people, for example, at MIT, people are coming from all over the world for our project, what we are running at MIT, is actually this cultural diversity is giving an advantage to the teams, because they have a different view, obviously, on the problems themselves. So they can see the problem from different point of view. So their ideas are covering a larger audience as well. And luckily, we didn't have much issues. Usually, I think the bigger issues came from team dynamics, where people were in the same team from the same country or from the same culture. Because then the communication in between them could be even in a more equal level, let's say, and then there is no decision maker, there is no leader in the communication, no leader in the team. It happens in a lot of cases, especially when obviously friends try to join in the same team.
Thank you. More questions? Okay, yeah.
Please ask about the methodology differences in the different countries.
I'll ask you about the methodologies for different countries, right? Using different countries.
Mm-hmm. Methodologies on like how do we run our entrepreneurship events, or for the
methodology differences.
Mm-hmm. So we are pushing this challenge-based learning method and pushing people out of their comfort zone in each of these countries. We sometimes have to adapt a little bit. Let's say, talking about Japan, in Japan, the introvert levels are way higher, so that is less likely to have leaders or hustlers in the teams and so on. So we have to really push with the coaching to make people speak up more. But for example, in our events, when there are a lot of introverts in the country, what we do is we have every day the random pitching, which they start the day when they have to pitch about their yesterday progress, like an agile meeting, focusing on one certain topic, let's say market research or business model or the validation themselves for the problem. And this random is rolling the dice. They don't know the model behind. They have to figure out until the end of the event. But in the end, we make sure that these roll the dice methods make everyone from the team speak up and have a pitching session at least. So everyone is pushed out of their comfort zone. We really make sure that just for my passion because I was an introvert myself. I'm a computer scientist by training. And I have 4 companies now running from machine learning into software development to education in 3 different countries now. So how did I develop on this process? I was pushed out of my comfort zone a lot of times. So I really want to give the same opportunity and to other similar students who I was like 10, more like 12 years ago now. So we try to push the same method, or we apply even more pushing out of the comfort zone in some cultures, like for example, the Asian cultures.
Thank you. Anyone else? I have a question actually. So basically, your presentation is like team dynamic optimization in short-term entrepreneurship programs. Do you have opportunity to see what is happening on the long-term basis?
Usually, we didn't see the same problem developing in a 1-year-long project or a half-a-year-long project, because then the team had time to adjust and get used to each other. So even if there were like 2 hustlers in the same team in the beginning, there is always an alpha, just from going back to our roots. So in a longer process, this alpha turns out to be the leader, and also the coaches help to guide, obviously, because everyone needs to learn. So even the hustler who is always talking is forced to listen. So we make sure that the people who are always talking, whenever we have a question in the coaching session, always talking, we make sure that those people also listen. Because obviously if you say what you know already, you don't learn anything new.
Well, basically my experience is a bit different. So basically we had like a really good setup at the beginning of the program or the startups actually, it's not just the program. And then after like a couple of months, then the problem starts because you have maybe 2 alphas. So, and 1 alpha does want to go back. So, and everything looks fine at the beginning. And this is like also a cultural thing, I guess, you know, everyone wants to work fine at the beginning, but later when the machine start hitting, then the problems actually came out of the box. Yeah. Also
depending on the audience as well. So if you are, let's say, having a program for in a business school, then you more likely have more hustlers. Obviously, like pretty homogeneous. Actually, I think like 60-70% hustlers who like to speak up, who like to pitch. Our audience is usually STEM plus arts. So it's more computer scientists, engineers, mathematicians, forest engineers, and arts as well. Nowadays we picked up art. So there we have less hustlers. So that might cause a differences in this long term as well if you are working with already entrepreneurial minded people. But I would be curious to figure out if the tool can help in the long term as well.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, we will connect and we can talk later about cooperation. Okay, if there is no more questions, I would like to close this session to thank the all speakers for their great presentations. Thank all of you for being patient and participated in the questions and discussions. And basically, what to say? I wish you the. Okay. Thank you.
Well, let's give a round of applause because it was very well guided and a great session. Outside, if you feel like, by the way, drinking a coffee or anything like that, now the streaming is up. So I was watching everything from outside. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was very entertaining. I recognize a lot of those characters in startups I worked at. I was like, hustlers. Was I a hustler? We don't know, but thank you very much. It was really great. And now I have great news. Lunch is served. And it's waiting for you all upstairs. So I only have one thing left to do, which is to thank you again, and thank you for all the presenters, thank you for listening, and invite you for lunch. And I'm waiting for you coming back at 2 p.m. That's when we are going to start the next sessions. There will be accelerator workshops, meeting the editors workshop. That sounds interesting as well. And also a special conversation that we are going to have with Ukrainian colleagues from academics. So that's also worth listening to. Enjoy lunch and see you very soon. it was such smooth sailing so far. There you go. Now it's working. So everything worked so well up to this point. But there was a small hiccup. But this is how live events go anyway. So I'm not worried at all. Especially not worried because we have an amazing presenter just coming on stage, and she's going to do a special presentation for us. So please give a warm welcome to Love Akpan.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Just going to pick up my clicker. Test if it's working. Wonderful. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Welcome. It's so nice to see faces, like real faces. I think the very last time when I gave presentation live was back in 2019, so this is very special for me. So thank you so much that I can share this with you. I've been asked to talk about our accelerator program, the way we help startups to get to the next stage of their development, and how do we do this, what are the methods that we're using. So this is why I am here today, and I will talk about Has Venture Lab and our program called Reactor Startup Accelerator Program. My name is Love. I am project manager at Has Venture Lab. So at Has Venture Lab is a community built by many different healthcare stakeholders, and it is backed by EIT Health. In practice, it means that Has Venture Lab, HVL, is a non-profit, and it has a great network of partners who contribute to the success of the program, and the program itself is financed by EIT Health, which is part of the European Union. The mission of Has Venture Lab is to support European healthcare startups. We focus on healthcare only, on the healthcare field. So it's not a general accelerator program that you have to imagine, but we work with teams who are bringing innovation in the field of life sciences or digital health. It may be, for example, medical imaging or hospital workflow optimization, to give you a couple of examples. So the goal is to enable smooth commercialization of healthcare innovation within Europe, and this is what we do. So let's start here. What type of startups can apply to the program? So this is a specialty in our case, that this accelerator is industry specific. But furthermore, any teams who are in either early stage companies or either growth stage companies can join the program, because we offer them a personalized track. So meaning that part of the program is always tailored for the startup's special needs, and we provide them with that kind of industry know-how and expertise. Couple of examples. So we have accelerated more than 96 startups. We are operating since 2018, so this is the 5th year. So in average, we usually have around 19 to 15 teams in each of the batch since 2018. There have been many changes since then, but I'm also going to highlight those so you can have a clear vision of that. There are 20 plus countries represented in our program, so anyone who has a working MVP. Are you familiar with the term minimal viable product? Yes, okay, good. So they must have a working MVP, and they must be incorporated in one of the European countries. They may be either early stage or growth stage companies, but they must be working in the field of life sciences or digital health. Yes, a question? European as Europe. This is what I mean by that. Yeah, it's not just EU. Yeah. So a couple of examples of what type of companies do we have here. For example, Lightspace, a company incorporated in Latvia. They are working on advanced optics for surgery. Or Cardiometrics, who is a Polish startup. They are working on predicting ECG analysis, and recently raised 3.2 million euros to bring their solution to the market. Another example comes from Romania, a company called XVision. They have They have progressed insanely a lot in the last couple of years, mainly meaning international scale-up and very rapid growth. Maybe I just give a minute for the latecomers to feel free to join your spots, so you don't have to sneak in, just take your seat comfortably.
No.
Yes, I will touch upon that just a second. Ready? Okay. So, just a little wrap up. I'm introducing you a startup accelerator program that we are working. Our organization is called Health Venture Lab, and the program it is called Reactor. So we help European healthcare startups to reach the next stage of their development. This is what we do. And now I'm just explaining you the methods of how we are doing it, what are the ways that we can successfully accelerate a startup, and what are the ways that are not working. So here are some of the startups that I just highlighted. But it is important to mention that we can divide the cohort into multiple categories. So there are teams who bring innovation about a medical device. There are others who are working in the field of AI or big data, or it may be in medical imaging. So there are both hardware and software companies, so they vary not only in the field that they are innovating in, but also in terms of development. So there are always some teams in our batch who are looking to find their product market fit, who are looking to find their first seed round. But the other half of the batch consists of more growth, more mature teams. And they face very, very different challenges from those who are in early stages. So they might be ready for international scale-up or growth or the next round of investment or for partnership building. So what we do at the beginning of all of the programs is that we ask the teams to set their personal goals, what they want to reach by the end of the accelerator. So we make sure that we tailor the content to meet those needs and definitely reflect on those issues that they have listed. But I'm going to talk about it a little bit later. So Reactor 22 is the ongoing program that we are having at the moment. This is the 5th year that we are having this program. Unfortunately, or fortunately, yes, this is now a completely remote program that we are talking about. So back in 2018 and 19, it was held in one of our biggest partners, a GE Healthcare's facility here in Budapest. And just imagine that you are having 16 European teams, or I don't know, 19 European teams from 16 European countries, and they are all flying in and doing this accelerator program together. So it was always a very good feeling to be part of such a community, which has been growing ever since. So in our network and in our community, we do not only value the startups, but obviously those startups who have been part of the accelerator have become alumni, and they are always appreciated and welcome. But we have lots of experts and mentors and other partners who also support us. The way that I could explain to you how do we put together the program, I think this is the very easiest slide that I could put together for you. So I would divide the business methodology training into 3 parts, or the methodology into 3 parts, or 3 pillars. One of the pillars at the top would be when we provide business methodology training. Here I mean much more kind of a generic training when we are talking about validation, finance, business development, regulatory issues, or how to set up a clinical trial, and so on. what we offer here is deep healthcare business expertise and the industry best practices and know-how. The other part of, or the other pillar of that training is the personalized track. Here, under personalized track, I mean three main things. So teams have the opportunity to have one-on-one consultations, not only with industry experts who are delegated through our partners, for example, Medical University of Vuc, or ISC Business School, or Medical University, University of Debrecen, or GE Healthcare, for example. So imagine that you are a team, and then you define your challenges at the beginning of the program, and then you get the chance to meet with those experts who can address those questions that you listed at the very beginning. So here I mean that you have one-on-one consultations with mentors, you have one-on-one consultations with experts, and you have one-on-one consultations with communication trainers as well. It is turned out to be one of the best ways for us to ensure that startups can accelerate their businesses. Why is that? So when you think about an accelerator, I think that most of the times what comes to your mind is a general accelerator. When you get tech companies, and yeah, mainly tech companies, I would say. But when we are talking about an industry-specific accelerator, such as healthcare, there are so many different things that we have to include into the accelerator itself, just because that the field is so different. So think about that. You would like to make, I don't know, an application for, I don't know, better time management for students at universities. So most probably you can put it together, your business idea, just in a couple of weeks, maybe. You can also develop the app in a relatively short amount of time, maybe in-house, or maybe you get additional help from outside. It doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, you can do it in a relatively short amount of time. But what if you start a startup in the healthcare field? You have to think about that the product that will be put on the market will be used by humans, and what you would like to achieve is to increase the health and the benefit of those who are using the product or service that you are putting out there to the market. So imagine the vast amount of regulations that you have to go through until the time that that product or service can be actually on the market. So what our accelerator is helping you with is that if you are a healthcare startup, we are helping you through the way and highlighting you all the biggest milestones that you have to think about early on. So I think that maybe one example can explain it very well. We had a team who set their goals at the beginning of the program. So the program is 3 months long. And the question is, what are your KPIs for the program? And if one of the teams says that I would like to have a signed contract with 2 hospitals by the end of the program, please help me with that, then we would highlight that it clearly says that you are not well aware of the sales cycles within the healthcare field. So what you just set as a goal for yourself is impossible to reach, not because we cannot help you, but because hospitals have closed their deals last year already, probably in Q3 or Q4. So I think it is crucial to give them that industry-specific knowledge that they can only get here through this accelerator. And highlighting the mentors and the experts, these one-on-one sessions, why it is very important, is because I think that you also know that if you are doing something for a couple of years, you can easily become an expert in that field. And if you are helping someone else who is very new to that field, many of the things that you know is kind of, you mark it as a trivial knowledge. So you think that it is so basic, so everyone should know it. But it is not for those who have just entered the market and So making these matches where teams have the opportunity to talk with experts, the key is that they can prepare in advance. So they will know that I will have a session with an expert from the regulatory background, someone else who is very good at using AI in healthcare softwares, or someone else who is very good in getting into clinical trials. And I can prepare all my questions in advance, and I can get my personalized kind of training. On top of the first pillar that we offer is that the general methodology that everyone is following. And then the third pillar would be the international healthcare startup community, not only the startup community, but the HVL as a network. So once we have both academia and business partners, and we are also backed with this EIT Health that is originated from the European Union, we have a great number of experts all working in the same field. So as a startup, you can benefit a lot from that. Yes, here I just wanted to give you an example of the agenda, but I think that we will not have time for that. Maybe if we have time, I will jump back. So I wanted to give you an example about the sprint topics that we have. So how does the accelerator look like? You have to imagine that this accelerator consists of 4 sprints, and each of the sprints are divided into topics. And these 4 sprints are happening in the course of 3 months. So then the first one started in April, which means that the fourth one we will finish in mid-June. So this is how long a program is. On the first week, we are talking about building a healthcare innovation team and validation. After comes the second sprint, when we focus on finance and fundraising. After communicating and selling to clients, which includes sales and negotiation techniques. And the third one would be international expansion and scaling up. I think this is also the time when we talk about exit strategy as well. So as we have 4 sprints, these are the main topics that we cover. And then on the personalized track, then they can choose that from which field of expertise they lack the most and what are they looking for. So then they will be matched with those mentors and experts who can help on top of this business methodology training. Structure of a sprint. So how does a sprint look like? As I said, there are 4 sprints within the program. And then how a sprint looks like. If you're a startup, this is what is happening right now as everything is completely remote and being held online. You sit in front of your computer, you log in at 9 a.m. to Zoom, and you are having sessions until 1 p.m. And then you repeat the same on Tuesday, and on Wednesday, and on Thursday, and on Friday. So one sprint consists of 5 days, and we start at 9 a.m. and we finish at 1 p.m. each and every day. The reason behind that is that before, we used to have full day long events that were held offline, and what we realized is that startups usually do not have, obviously, money at most of the cases, but the second thing that they lack the most is time. So if you put them into an accelerator program and then you ask them to sacrifice 100% of their time, they won't be able to make one step closer to their goals to achieve it, because it is just impossible to work 24 hours a day. So if they would put all their work into the accelerator, there's nothing left to work on, so they cannot achieve any progress. That's why we had to decrease the overall duration of the program, and we made it into 4 hours of very intensive workshops and trainings. So on Monday and Tuesday, we covered the business methodology training. Oh, sorry, a question.
Sorry, I was just going to ask if they need the rest of the time for their startup at different things, or
It also depends. As I said, there are early companies and growth stage companies as well. So in many of the early companies, what usually happens is that they cannot guarantee a full-time position for all their employers. So many times they are, for example, university students, but they put, I don't know, 5 to 6 hours work into the startup. So if this is the case, then yeah. Does it answer your question? Okay, great. So then on Wednesday, we are having panel discussions and entrepreneur talks. The goal here is that what we have covered on day 1 and day 2, business methodology training, we are inviting real people who are actually doing what we have been talking about in day 1 and 2 and ask them to share their own journey. They are usually entrepreneurs building amazing biotechnological companies and changing regulations within Europe of putting some product on the market. So they have achieved great things. They are also experts in the field, and then we ask them to share their journey and give some guidance and mentoring and feedback to our current batch. Day 4, one of the most exciting programs of all, activities of all, is the expert sessions. So this is a day when we invite a bunch of experts from all of our partners, and we make one-on-one consultations. The way it happens is that, and now I will just jump to the next slide. The way it happens is like this. Experts are having consultations with one team, one expert, one team in breakout room for 40 minutes. And after comes a 2-minute break, evaluation, 2 minutes break, and then comes the next session. So imagine that for a whole day, for 4 hours, what you're doing is that you're having private sessions from different experts, from different fields, that you know in advance who you are going to meet with, so that you can list all your questions. Some teams are so eager to max out this opportunity that they divide themselves. Meaning that they say that 3 of our team members are going to join, so we can be in 3 separate rooms, so we can meet 3 different experts at the same time. And of course, there is also, they have the opportunity to do that. So that is Thursday. And after Friday, what we do, and it turned out one of the great methods that we are eager to keep, is the advisory board meeting. So what is happening is that as a startup, once you reach the 5th day, it means that you have covered a wide range of topics since day 1. There is a deliverable that you have to work on that is linked to each sprint, and then you have to prepare a presentation about that. First, giving a short pitch, 2 minutes pitch to the board members, and then after describing and presenting the deliverables that you have been working on throughout the week. The advisory board members are partners, representatives, and experts and mentors and trainers who listen to your presentation and after give you feedback. What we do here is that we make sure that each of the team has 5 minutes, strictly 5 minutes maximum, to present their deliverables and themselves. And after, we provide an additional 15 to 20 minutes for the feedback session. And this is a deep dive for the teams. So basically, just imagine that you are putting yourself out there, you are presenting and showing all the deliverables that you have been working to a bunch of experts, to 4 or 5 experts, who are then shooting you with those questions that you are just trying to avoid. So this is usually what happens, is that sometimes we spend 40 minutes on one team because we get so much into the conversation and everyone is so active, and then by the end, for example, it happened in one of the cases, one of the teams realized that what they are selling as a service could be repackaged and also sold software as a service to GE Healthcare, and GE would in fact be interested in that. So this is what have been happening, and they repackaged their product or their service, and this way they found a new target market, and they not only had the chance to find out about this, but they also got the support of how to repackage it, and they also got the networking opportunity with GE, not only to validate it, but also to make it possible. So now they are at the last stage of signing the contract and working together. There was a question, I believe.
An organizational question. Do all of the teams listening to each other, or?
No, yeah, it would be way too much time. Yes, exactly. Oh, sorry, you don't.
All the teams were listening into one another during the last pitch.
Yeah, the question is whether all the teams are in the same room and listening to one another. The answer is no, and the reason because it would be boring even for me, sitting there listening to the same thing for 8 hours. I mean, who can do that? No, what we have to do is divide the group. So we divide it into 4 groups. All sessions are recorded. So if you are particularly interested in one of the other cohort, or cohort member, because you think that there is, I don't know, you can learn a lot from your peers, or that you have a possible collaboration in mind, so then you can just rewatch the videos and all the recordings. So then, no. One rule that we have is do not waste my time, or do not waste each other's time. So we always organize the sessions to make it very intensive and rather short but intensive. Yes, maybe one more important thing to highlight about the experts. So what field of expertise we are looking for the most. And then you see it here in the lower table listed, like regulation, data and product management, commercial sales and contracting, and hospital and distribution. So I listed some of the things of what has worked for us so far and what did not work. The first things first, the duration of the program. So as we started in the first 2 years, the program was 6 months long, and teams had to fly in each month for 4 days of intensive kind of hackathon-style training, which means that a massive part of the funding had to be allocated to T&L costs. I mean, you cannot expect teams to fly in with their own costs, so we had to offer it, but then we just said this is just way too much money on T&L. We would rather give them much more value and allocating this budget into something different or something else, and this is actually what we did. So first of all, we decreased the duration of the program into 3 months. Now it is a much more intensive program. Instead of 4 days, now we have, instead of 3 full days, now we have an entire week. But now everything is shifted to be online. Working with 19 teams, yes. So we started to work with 19 teams. I do not suggest it to anyone unless you have a big group that you can work with them. Yeah, Gabor is smiling. János is smiling as well because I think that you're all familiar with that. You're both working in accelerators and you know how hard it is to provide valuable mentoring to the teams. So when they have very specific questions about what do I have to do to meet the requirements of the FDA approval to be able to go to the US market? I mean, that's a whole set of criteria that you must be fully aware of, which requires very specific kind of preparation. And you cannot just give a 2 sentences answer to one of the teams. You really have to sit down and talk it through and make a plan and validate it, and then after support them further with networking. So then what we found out is that if we decrease the number of teams who we accept and we further focus more on the maturity level of the teams, then we can make a much better cohort that is easier to work with and provide mentoring to them. Maturity level of the teams is the next thing. So, as I said, we are both working with early stage teams and with growth stage teams. Sorry, I do not have the time. How much time do I have left? 3 minutes? Oh no, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna speed things up then. So maturity level of the teams. Very briefly, I just gave you this example of working on a tech app vs working on a medical device. So imagine all the regulations that you have to go through. For example, if you have a medical device that you put into a human's heart. So imagine that what you're developing, you need multiple millions of dollars for the validation and to meet all the requirements. And by the time that you achieve any kind of success, maybe 6 to 7 years. So as a startup accelerator, we also have to think about this time frame that healthcare companies are working with. So this is why we divided the batch, and we are recruiting both early stage teams and growth stage teams. So then part of the teams are focusing on product market fit and getting seed A round, for example, but the others are ready for partnership building. And then we focus on them to introduce them to our partners, for example, with GE, which did happen, in fact. So there are some teams who are now working together with GE and managed to make a great partnership together. Validation method. So as a startup, if I ask you about a question, and most probably what you will say is going to be a very optimistic answer, because if not fully, but partially, it is going to come from your heart. The problem with validation is that teams cannot really validate themselves. So we have to focus on validation, and I think that after the second year, we found out that after 3 months of time, when we really got to know the teams, it turned out that what they stated, that this is, I don't know, TRL level 7 is where we are, it turned out to be only 3. It is not because that they lied, but they did not know better. So this is why we focus on validation heavily in the last 2 years. Personalized training, I think that I taught a lot about that, mentoring and one-on-one consultations and all that. Set measurable goals and KPIs. This is a tool that we implemented from last year on. So upon joining the program, we asked the teams to list their personal goals and KPIs related to the program, so then we all know what type of support the teams need. Community building, yes. I think it is very important if you are a healthcare startup or if you are any kind of startup to find a community from where you can get lots of value out of. So what we are doing here is that we are strengthening this community and providing continuous support to the teams even after the program has ended. So it is a usual thing that mentor-startup relationships last after the program. So some of the mentors are still having weekly mentoring sessions with their teams even after 3 years. Some of the teams invited the mentors to join their advisory board, and so on and so forth. To wrap up, this is an opportunity for teams, but this is up to them how much they make out of it. So if there is a team who who is not mentorable. Let's say it out. There are teams who are not mentorable. If you believe that what you do is the best and you do not accept any kind of feedback, then it means that we cannot help you. So you joining an accelerator program has basically no point. We have to select teams who are participating in the program, being open-minded to feedback and mentoring, and that's how we can help them to reach the next stage of their development. What I've been talking about so far is the reactor program that we have, this accelerator program right here. But I wanted to show you just one slide about the full pipeline that we cover as HVL. So, reactor program is mainly suggested for those who already have a working MVP and are incorporated companies. But we want to cover the full pipeline starting from secondary school. So we have a program called Young Talents Program where we work with the top secondary schools in Hungary, and it is one of my favorite projects, actually. So these little students have the chance to think about a business idea, and they're going to stimulate in the accelerator program that they are doing the validation, prototyping, and so on and so forth, speech training and everything else. I think that it is essential to give the opportunity for high schoolers or for this age to gain entrepreneurial skills that they can use later on. Moving on, Catalyst Europe. If you are a master's degree student, a PhD student, if you are a researcher within healthcare, this is the program that I would suggest you to choose if you do not have an incorporated team yet. So what Catalyst focuses on is it helps you select the best research area that will guarantee you not only innovation, but commercialization as well. So this is key. The third one is that we have a bunch of education programs. 2 minutes, great, thank you. Bunch of educational programs in our educational portfolio. So for you, for example, I would suggest you to check these out. Programs such as Hello AI or Healthcare Entrepreneurship Nanomasters. If you already have an idea in the process, but do not have a team yet, and you would like to validate what you have so far, and you would like to know what are the next steps to make this into a working business, this is what you have to look for. Once you have a working startup, a working team, incorporated team, then Reactor is for you. And then we are launching a brand new accelerator program later this week. Later this year, sorry, focusing on intensive care and recovery. So here we are focusing on those teams who want to innovate. Let's say, for example, you are going to the Olympics and your team has to make sure that if you break your leg, you are going to get the best support. So what we are doing is that we are working with teams who make sure that these athletes receive the best support. Please just have a quick look at our team. I do not have time to introduce everyone one by one, but this is our lovely team that we work with. And now it's time for Q&A, if you have any questions left. Do you have any questions left? Yes?
I have a very short question. That you, now that I've seen that you're working with some international teams, are you working in English and internationally within your team as well, or is it like fully Hungarian?
Yes, yeah, we have, oh my God, Nigerian origins, Croatian, Russian, Hungarian. Yeah, so this is an international team. We do everything in English. Yeah. Another question.
Yeah, so I didn't actually find on your website, is there any financial grant or reward in director or investment?
Yes, so one of our partners is Capital Community, which is a medtech fund, I would say that this is one way that we support the teams to get financial support or investment, but we also have a bunch of investors and VCs in our network that we can direct them to, and also EIT Health is playing a very important role in that.
No,
it is an equity-free program. Thank you so much for your time. It was lovely to share this little time with you.
Csak annyi, hogy lökidétek, milyen kötőket. És akkor megnézem azt, hogy... Azt mondjuk ki, hogy nincs víz, jó, oké. Akkor nyugodtan lecsukadtunk, és akkor rá lehet
Okay, guys.
Super. It's working. Okay. Okay. Hi. Hello everyone. Nice to have you here on this lovely afternoon. As you can see on the slide, I am Anna and this is my colleague Gábor and we are Startup Business Launchpad. And in the next 20 minutes, I'm going to talk about now a really cool and unique tool which can be very helpful to you as you want to conduct some qualitative research. So let's start it. First, I want to have a question. How many of you have seen or heard about the infamous scene what happened between Will Smith and Chris Rock at the Oscar? Oh, almost everyone. Good, good, good. Great. Next question. Are you agreeing with that reaction from Will's side? Just put your hands there. Okay. And the last question is, would you do the same if we were in this situation? Just honestly. Okay, got it. Thank you. Great. So this is good because I have some data now. I know some of you heard of it, some of you don't. And yeah, I know that some of you maybe agree with that. That's great. But this is just quantified data. I have no idea why you choose that, or maybe you don't answer the question because you don't want to look like a stupid person. I want to know why do you think what you think, and I want to know what's the process behind these things. So that's why we use qualitative data research. I hope you are familiar with this expression because we're all from the university. So I hope you all know what it means. But let's go back from a different, just go back a step. The title of this presentation is Startup VIP, which is a Hungarian acronym, so it won't make sense to our foreign guests. But for your convenience, we created an English version for it, which is Validation in Progress. And that's why I wanted to ask these questions, because validation is crucial. Validation in market research is crucial to our everyday lives. And to everyone who is in business, or maybe coming from the academic perspective. If you're in a business and you have a company and you just want to expand your portfolio and you want to develop a new product, you have to know, is it acceptable by your market? Is it going to be innovative or something like that? Or maybe you are experiencing some underperformance in your current one. So you have to know what is behind the data, because you know what is happening, but you have no idea why. Or maybe you're coming from an academic perspective and you want to conduct a study and you need answers to your hypotheses. So you have to go behind the data. You have to know what the research participants think, why they think, how they think. And surveys are not suitable for this kind of questions, because why is not in there. That's why you need qualitative research. And if we are talking about startups, then validation is key and it's crucial for survival, because if you don't know your market, if you don't know your customers, you're just gonna die. So I guess we can agree on that this is what we need. Everyone needs qualitative data, and everyone uses it for different perspectives, but we are talking about the same. So, why am I speaking about this? Because if you can see this skeleton behind me, sometimes I feel myself that, okay, we need qualitative data, so let's do some qualitative research. But we must admit, to be honest, that this is a pain in the ass sometimes. Come on, qualitative research. I have to conduct deep interviews, focus groups. We need them. But they are very, very costly. We need to put a lot of effort in it. We need to find the perfect participants and interview subjects. And this is really painful sometimes. And another thing is that these methods were invented in the 1950s and 60s. Really old school, huh? So we can present you something which is more suitable for the 21st century standard and can help you with a very unique and new and disruptive ways. Let's have a look at it. Can we move on? Oh, just sorry for 1 second. You see a link here, that's a Kotlin link here. Yeah? this is here because I want you to open this on your smartphones, because I'm just going to have you a teaser here, and all the deeper informations about the methodology, functions, about the software I'm going to show you now. It's in the white paper. So if you want more understanding and deeper understanding about the software, please use the link. Okay, so now let's have a peek on what I'm talking about. Oh, just a second. Everyone is open the document? Okay, let's move on. Okay. What, can we move on? Next slide. No? Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't see that. Okay, yeah, so this is ICON or Econ. This is a new and innovative research tool which can help you create and conduct focus groups online. And we are here to help you with these problems I've mentioned before, with the pain points with traditional qualitative research methods. Why ICON is different than the traditional ones? Sorry, I need to see my. Sorry, yeah. So, in comparison with traditional ones, you can see on the next slide why is this tool is unique and new and disruptive ones. Can we move on? Sorry. Thank you. This tool is going to take us to the digital world. One of the biggest pain points with traditional qualitative research is that you have to go outside. You have to find your participants. You have to spend time with them, and it's really time-consuming and costly. You have to rent a room with mirror or observer room, which is very costly. You have to find moderators. You have to pay them. You have to pay the initiatives. Sorry. So everything is included. If I remember correctly, one focus group now, which is offline, is in Hungary. The business standard is 1 million forint. Just one focus groups. And if you are conducting qualitative research, you need to create and conduct at least 4 or 6 focus groups for valid data. So it's absolutely costly. But if you are going digital, you don't have to go outside. You just need to only sit behind your laptop, which is far for us. Yes, and it's much convenient and cost efficient. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. This is suitable for limited time and limited sources. What do I mean about limited time? Limited times mean that traditional qualitative research could take months, because, as I mentioned before, you have to find your perfect subjects. You have to be very precise about your sampling. So yes, maybe, and you have to analyze the data after the focus group or the deep interviews. And yeah, if you are alone, it could take months. But with ICON, you can conduct focus group simultaneously, which means if you have enough moderators, you can conduct, 4 or 6 focus groups at the same time. And all the data exports are instant, actually. So when you close the session, you get all the information almost instantly. If I remember correctly, our fastest project with this tool was 2 working days, because we had enough subjects and we had enough moderators, so we were able to conduct all the groups in 2 days. And after that, we spent only 2 days with the data analyzing, and after that, we just created the output for the client. And it was very fast, and he was very pleased with that, because it's unique. Our biggest goal, I think, is that we have built-in projective games in the tool, because if you want to understand your customer and consumer, as I mentioned before, you have to know how they think and what they think. And sometimes these informations are more important than what they type or what they say. And they can be only taken out by unconscious by these kind of projective games, which ones were invited, I don't know, the 60s or 70s, I don't remember correctly, but these are very useful. These are small games, only take 1 or 2 minutes maximum, and they are actually very enjoyable. Sorry. And these results came from the projective games are instantly in your hands. So as I said, it's real time and fast, which is a very adaptive way, to be honest, because as a moderator or you have a client in the virtual mirror room, you can maybe you can get in the point that, okay, your hypotheses are not correct, or you think that maybe you have failed with the original questions, but now the participants say something that which is very important to you, so you can decide, okay, let's change the whole course of the conversation or our whole research, which is, to be honest, as an offline way, it's impossible. So this is a very big plus for our software. You can find some projective games in the white paper. I won't tell you now all the informations which are inside that. Can we go to the next one, please? Okay, so this is the importance why we need these projective games into the icon or any other research tool, because actually these questions are participate with a different level or conscious level with the participant. So this is very useful to the moderators or the clients. Maybe even they don't realize it until yet. Can we go to the next one, please? Next one? Yeah. The last item was on the list that it is based on tested methodology. This is true, actually, because since it was launched, no, I want this, please. Since it was launched in 2007, we have we had actually more than 8,000 participants and more than 1,000 whole focus groups. So I guess this number is very exciting. Yes, so just summarize our tool in one slide. It's very innovative and very useful for anyone, no matter how is it is business aspect or academic field or for startups, because yeah, validation is crucial to everyone, so they can use it easily because it's fast and adaptive and intuitive. I don't want to repeat myself. You can find here the biggest conclusions here. So we have decided that we can conduct now here a focus group because it's fast and it's online and it's browser-based. So if you want to try, you can have your own participant ID and you can take part in it and you can test it if you want to. Please note that this tool is still under development, so some functions are truly programmed yet. It's a kind of pre-beta release, and we need some usability testing as well. But if you want to try it, you can have one of these tokens, and you can go inside. It's browser-based, so you can use Chrome, Opera, Mozilla, anything else if you want to. We have now a moderator inside, which is Gabor. And we have a pre-uploaded guide, which is helpful because you can see how it works now, and we can show you anything if you want to. Gabor, can you show us?
Just waiting for some seconds.
Guys?
Were you able to join?
Yeah, are you able to join?
Well, let's wait a few seconds.
Okay, I'm going to go inside by my phone as well. Okay, we have someone here. Okay. Okay, anyone else? We have two brave persons here.
I see at least 4 people nodding their heads, so we wait until they are reaching the start line.
Oh yeah, I see. Okay, another one. Good. We'll wait 1 minute Then after that, we're going to show it online. How is it working? We're going to switch to the browser one. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we have 4 guys here. Good, good.
Yeah.
Okay, let's switch.
No more nudging heads, so I can switch to the group itself.
Okay. Why don't you see it? Okay.
That's interesting.
Can we stop presenting that? Stop presented.
No, that's really.
Okay. És most menjünk. Oh, good. You can see it now. So this is how Econ looks like now in its current version. On the left, you can see this is the pre-uploaded guide. This is easy for the moderators because you don't have to type anything inside. This is chat-based, so this is totally anonymous. You won't see yourself or anyone else in the room. You only have nicknames and avatars, just like in a chat room. Yeah, so the pre-uploaded guide is very helpful to anyone who wants to rely on it, and this is helpful because, sorry, I just forgot it. Yeah, it's a really cool tool for you because you save time when you just click on it and go with that in the in the middle section, which is the actual live conversation between the participants. Try to say something. Okay, who is participant 9? Hello to you. Yeah, you can find a small line under where you can type anything into it. It's not the best on smartphones yet, but we are working on the functions.
So especially what you can do is that in the left side you see the guide that we prepared for you.
Yeah.
The topic about this one is about vacation. And what you do, you simply double click on the guideline and it appears in the chat by you. So you don't need to type yourself the question, you just prepare the guide, what you want to ask. And then it's working like any simple, or maybe you are familiar with, chat room, that you will receive the questions within this chat room. So here is the one, welcome into your demo research. I can even select several things to do at once. And that's how we communicate with the participant. At the same time, you have also the possibility to answer. Why is this more reliable than a focus group online in a Zoom meeting? Because here, you are sitting at your home or your preferred session, wherever you want. You can be at the beach, you can be in your house, you can be at the chimney. It's your favorite location, so you're not disturbed, you're at home. You are also not distracted by what others may think about what you write, because you don't see them. So imagine that if you're going to the normal online normal focus group, you are always judged by the present people about what you say, which modifies your opinion during the course of the research. This tool eliminates these kind of disturbing element. It means, you know, that we are talking about that online everybody is free to say what they want. If you go to any Facebook chat or if you go to any other chat, you will face the truth that people are writing what they want. They don't hold back. Here, it's kind of the same effect. Because it's not verbal, but written, you think about what you want to write. Of course, you see what others are typing. You can interact with them. But basically, we are receiving your true opinion. It's a kind of way to say that, you know, the next generation, not my generation, but my son and the next generation after us, they are used to communicate online. They are used to chat. They are not used to talk like I'm doing here. So the only way to get their opinion really fast and really in the way is to bring them into an environment which they feel comfortable. This kind of chat room is the solution for it. It's also controllable, it's also dynamic. It doesn't matter how long have you prepared the guide, it's not a fixed line, so you can jump on. So you see, if I want to start with, I don't know, I'm starting to ask you questions, I'm simply double-clicking on it, if I'm able to click double, and it appears here. If during the conversation, because it's live, so I see what you write, you type, there is a slight, let's say, detour to how I imagine the guide, I can simply interact it. Yeah, hello everyone, hello Andrea. I can simply interact it and write a different question. So I'm not forced to use which is pre-set up into the guide. I can modify it on the fly. And that's where the experience of a research expert comes to the mind, because here you're not simply a robot clicking, double-clicking on different lines, but you can formulate your own questions. There is also a lot of, sorry.
Can you show the projective games, one of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of the group participants.
Incentive, yeah. Incentivization is a kind of experience. Well, that's how it works. It's really rare that you can get some people just to join this group and without having incentive. Of course, there are startups who might achieve this kind of situation. Yeah. But normally, if you're talking about the business research, this is always coming with incentives. Yeah. Okay. So, what is really, really good, so here are the questions. I'm just jumping over. Down.
Scroll down. Ah, okay. That's the
Yeah.
first one.
So there is a lot of question coming up. For example, we are sending in the game. Normally, if you are clicking on that, there's a new video. It's opening.
Did it pop up on your smartphone? Okay, good.
Where is it? Okay. Yeah, so that's the beauty of having a pre-release beta version, which is not always functioning as you would like to function.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of you.
Okay, let's see. Is it done? Oh, and we can see everything you type there, because below your avatar we can see green scrolling. So we can see when you are typing or when you delete it. Yeah, you see that? Which one is yours? Can you go back to the conversation, please? Edward, which one is yours? Can you show the pictures?
So this is the administration mode. So
Yeah.
I see.
This is a summed up as you see can.
Yeah.
This is all the participant answers. We cannot say which one is yours or not yours because it's summed up. But you can go to the detailed list. Can you go back to the detailed list? Yeah. Okay. Can you go back to the conversation? Okay. Can you show another one? Yeah, the pairing. No, the pairing. There's another game. No. Yeah. Yeah, we can see where are you are you finished with the game, because there's this yellow button below your avatar, so we can observe where are you in the process. When it turns to green, it means you've completed the game, and when it turns to red, it means you just close the window, and we have to resend it to you again. So everything is monitored during the conversation from the participants, because everything contains information, valid information to the moderator and to the client as well. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the compliment.
Yeah. So this is from the background, from the administration side.
Yep.
And all the data is collecting real time.
Yeah.
And then you can go on. And you can switch back to, you can run several games. So in fact, it's not only a non-verbal communication where you have questions and you need to answer. We are specifically designing guides where you're interrupted during your typing and you need to focus on to solving these games. These games give us, researchers, responsive about your intuitiveness, about your consciousness, and it adds only to the typical written data.
Yeah.
Normally you can do that. You can't do that if you are on an offline focus group, because the offline focus group does not have the possibility to take out or pick one or two participants and have such research done by them. So it's a combination of both the old traditional good experiences about focus groups. It's adding a touch of the 21st century digitalization. And we have also the possibility to offer, if you have a company for you who are doing the research, you can offer them the mirror view. So it's a multi-view. So they can come into the research. They cannot interact with the people taking participation in that, but they can have a sneak intro of what's happening. Also, you have a moderator role. Also, you have an administrator role. And all these roles have different views, and everything is packed together in one browser. The browser is a kind of mirror for us, but back in the back, this is running on a robust server application. So this is not a simple app like that. It's just connected. So the browser is a tool for you to get connected.
Yeah.
Okay.
How much time we have left?
None.
I guess, yeah. Okay.
Definitely none.
So we don't want to bore you with the technical informations and every functions with the program. If you are interested, you can find us. You can send us an email and we can get in touch with us. So thank you for your attention. And yeah, thank you.
And of course, if you have some questions right now, we are ready to answer it. Or if you prefer to talk with us personally, then you can join us with a coffee.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Félre a közönséget, hogy a többi is ilyen jó.
De hát mi a plakáton is, amikor egy fesztivál plakátja van, a Lidiel is, vagy a headliner van ki. Tehát itt meg is ki kell tenni a headlinerünket, nekünk van egy saját headlinerünk.
Ő a Head of Research. Csak mondom, nagyon büszke vagyok. Ez jó, ez I voted for you. Svájcban. Gyere anyukám, gyere cigő. Gyerünk, már svájci is. Expanding.
us, and then we are going to continue with a keynote presentation from Katalin Kati Orban, who is also a founder herself, and she actually had many companies, but the company that she is going to talk about today is called Gyerünk Anyukám in Hungarian, and Go Mom Go, which is the English version. I heard some teasers already that they are expanding, so I'm hoping that we are also going to talk about that story, but without any further ado, please give a round of applause for the amazing Kati Orban.
Thank you for having me here. First, I would like to talk about my background as an entrepreneur and how I got here, and then I will give you some thoughts and insight on what I think about entrepreneurial studies. I have 4 kids, and I'm going to talk about my first and my 4th kid today. Ennyi. I studied at this university, and I graduated 20 years ago. I studied at Mr. Vecsenyi and with Attila, and our year was the first year where entrepreneurial studies became a major. So it was a very experimental year. And we were offered a mentored program by UPC that kids studying at this major were supposed to hand in a business plan and see what comes out of it. And a friend of mine and me decided to set up an online translation agency, which 20 years ago was something special because all the translation agencies were offline or had their offices. And we won 2,000 euros and some mentorship from the university and UPC. So this is how my first startup started. And when I graduated, I decided to continue with this company. So it became a spin-off company from the university. And for 7 years, I ran this company. After a couple of years, some professional investors found us, and they invested in our company, which was a great help. And when I handed it over in 2010, this company, which is now called Ford Ltd. At that time, so the original name was Vice Versa, translation agency. So Ford was already the 10th largest company in Hungary. But I had to leave the company because of these, 2 other projects. I'm not going to talk about their establishment. But for 4 years, I was pretty much busy with these duties, and I was also employed by an international company, and I didn't enjoy it, but it was then somehow made sense. And I also worked for a venture capital company where I evaluated business plans. But in 2015, a new project started. This is the Gyerünk Anyukám project. I had a friend, not a very good or a close friend, but I knew someone who gave birth to 3 kids in less than 2 years, because the second set was a twin. And she was very, very desperate to have 3 kids and 20 kilos, and she was very unhappy. And she decided to do something with herself, so she went out to the park and started exercising while putting all the 3 kids into the park. And she decided to document her journey on the internet. And she realized that her story was very relevant to many other mothers. And some other mothers joined her in the park and they exercised together. And then winter came and they had to move in because it was raining. So she started streaming her own workouts online every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 a.m. And it's in 2015. So again, it was something special now, after COVID especially. This is not a big deal anymore. But then that was really something unique. And that was the point when she found me, or we started talking about how to monetize this community, because that was for her own joy. At the same time, 40, 50, 80 moms were already exercising with her while she was in her own living room, 3 kids on the bobby car around, 2 cats doing the same. So it was very authentic, and mothers felt that, oh, finally, an authentic person. So we started talking about different solutions and business plans and business ideas, and we came up with this portal, or with this idea of Gyerünk Anyukám. And first we thought that this was going to be her own live gym for mothers, but then we had to realize that twice a week was not enough for moms, because it was not flexible enough. So we asked other trainers to do the same, and we created an online gym with live streamed classes by moms or by trainers who were moms themselves for moms. So we had a normal timetable every day at 10, at 2 and 9 p.m., depending on when the baby slept. And we had a mobile set, and this mobile set was moved every day 3 times, shifted among the among the trainers. And it was very important that all the classes were live and from their own living room. So when the postman came, then the postman came. When they forgot to turn off the oven, then they had to run out and turn it off. And it was very, very popular, and we could already monetize it, and we introduced a subscription model, a monthly. But then, again, it turned out that it was not flexible enough for mothers, because at 9 p.m. they didn't necessarily join us, but maybe at 9:15, but then it was over, So we had to tweak the system again, and then we came up with the idea of recording sessions at this and giving 1 30-minute class to a mother for 48 hours. So we gave them a window of opportunity to exercise. At the same time, if they couldn't complete 30 minutes in those 2 days, then the classes were gone. And so moms need some sort of motivation, otherwise they will always put themselves to I don't want to talk about it. So this is how we started, and by now we have more than 60,000 registered members and more than 10,000 active subscribers who are regularly exercising with us. This is the largest Hungarian fitness community for moms, the market leading community. But it's not only a platform or a community, but it's also a movement, because Nora's personality is so engaging, so authentic, so real, that it's very important how she talks and what she says. It's a very welcoming and body positive movement. And we also created a white label solution out of this know-how and technology. And we already have our portal in Switzerland. Currently I live in Switzerland, so we found some partners in Switzerland. And there is another portal which is called rund8fit.ch, which uses our technology and our know-how. And we also created a demo project in English, but it's only a demo project, which is the Go Mom Go, because it's very difficult for foreigners to understand gyerünk, anyukám, and the Hungarian expressions. So that's my brief history. So in my first project with Ford, I learned how to set up a company, what a spin-off company is like, how to hand over a company. I'm still one of the owners, but it's run and managed by someone else. And with this second project, again, we created something in a very, very organic way. And we were pivoting a couple of times, and we are also now playing or experimenting with knowledge transfer. Yeah, so that's about me. And when Mr. Vecsenyi asked me to talk about entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial studies, I was pretty much wondering, why is it such a special subject? Why cannot entrepreneurship be taught in exactly the same way as all the other professions? You know, what is the main difference between becoming an entrepreneur or a dentist or a hairdresser or a doctor? Because if you are interested in becoming one of, you know, these guys, then you first check if you can see blood. If you can, then you keep on studying medicine. Then you learn the theory. Then you put it into practice. Then you read case studies. You learn anatomy. And it's the same. You can learn so much about entrepreneurship. You can read case studies. So, you know, what is the main difference? Why are we talking about it? Why is there a conference on how to teach entrepreneurship? And then I realized that the main, or so at least for me, the main difference is that if you are a dentist, you learn how to pull a tooth, whatever, and you do the same thing in Egypt and in Canada. Maybe the technology is different, but the anatomy, the movement, it's the same. But with entrepreneurship, you cannot, you know, use your knowledge throughout time or location. So just because I'm, let's say, a successful entrepreneur here in Hungary, I wouldn't be a successful entrepreneur in France, or who knows. But it's not as straightforward as with a dentist or with a hairdresser. If you know how to cut hair, you can cope. But the environment and the location is so different all over the world and time that you cannot transfer it. So I was wondering what other profession there might be which is similar to entrepreneurship. And I would like to ask you if you know, because I could only find one single profession that I thought, okay, these two things are similar. So, any ideas? Artists. Mm-hmm. I was also wondering about that. Anything else? Psychologist. Because that's very language dependent, or why? Because the culture. Mm-hmm.
Can't work anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, only in a spatial location.
Mm-hmm. So my idea, but again, it's just me, was that it's very similar to becoming a politician. And I don't want to make any dirty jokes or hints here, but I really mean it, that even though you can study political sciences or entrepreneurial theories, you can read case studies, if you say the exact same words as a politician somewhere else, you will not necessarily become a successful politician here in Hungary, or vice versa, or just if you see the tricks of Napoleon, whatever, you don't necessarily become a successful politician here, because it's so much dependent on language, on culture, on the environment, on the location. So I don't know where and how politicians are trained, but maybe we can learn from them. And it's also very exciting that, at least in Hungary, in Hungarian, both professions have a very negative, or might have a negative connotation. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a politician. So I think it's a nice parallel between the two professions. So I don't know who becomes a good politician or an entrepreneur by definition, or how you will know throughout the process. Anyhow, that was just a quick idea. And then, as a last part or bit of this short presentation, I would like to talk about some specific examples, what I learned here at the university, and what I used, or how I used my knowledge. I think that knowledge or theory and practice, especially now with, in connection with entrepreneurship, is like a continuous circle, that I know something and then I hear a new piece of information and I build it in, then I do something, I learn something, I build it in. So a structure will be built up throughout the time. I cannot tell exactly when and what I learned. If it was here from Mr. Vecsenyi or 10 years ago somewhere else. So it's like a continuous circle, and I studied here, then I started Ford, then I did something else, then 2 years, then we started Gyerünk Anyukám. Then 2 years ago I joined an American startup accelerator program, which is called the Founder Institute program, where I studied again. And so it goes all around, and it's very exciting to see how these, at the beginning, empty categories get filled up with knowledge and experience. It's not a difficult task for me to give you hundreds of examples that I learned here or I heard about here, which later on made sense. I can still recall from these books when I saw a graph or I heard a story which didn't necessarily make sense then, but when something happened, then it somehow clicked. I had to make an interview with, I don't know, maybe Old Navy, or with a guy who produced leather bags. And then he told me 20 years ago that I know exactly which 3 bags people will buy from my portfolio, but I still produce 18 because they need to have a choice so that they feel that the one that they picked are their favorite ones. If I only sold these 3 bags, then people wouldn't be happy. So they have to make this decision. And then a couple of months ago, when we were discussing internally whether we should reduce the number of programs that we sell to moms, these fitness programs, you know, one of my main reasons not to cut the number of programs sold was exactly that, okay, we need to give them a choice. Even though there are some more popular and less popular items, they have to have a choice. Or a couple of weeks ago, 2 friends, 2 entrepreneurs, colleagues, friends, were having a discussion. And then I listened to their story and I told them, okay, the reason why you are not agreeing or why you do not, you know, talk the same language is that one of you is a Viking type of person and the other one is a Santa Maria type of person. And I literally opened this book where these 2 types were described. Or if there is a difficult situation or a complex situation, then instead of having nightmares and circulating ideas, I automatically think about a SWOT analysis, for example. I don't necessarily write down everything, but there is a structure that I can use, and I don't have to reinvent the wheel all the time how to approach an issue, but I just use what I learned. Or if there is a complex strategical or more complex strategical issue, then I remember that we learned these 3 steps. Where am I now? Where do I want to get? How will I get there? And then breaking it down into steps. So again, I just have to follow these very, very basic steps. So it actually makes my life much easier that I learned these things, even though they didn't necessarily make sense back then. Or, yeah. I also remember that we were talking a lot about entrepreneurial loneliness. That didn't make sense at all at school. And it is a very lonely profession. And now I know what it meant. And again, it's nice to know, okay, that's normal, business as usual. So it belongs, you know, to the process of running your own company. So there are many, many things that I learned at the university and that I can activate now, or that clicks somehow. Maybe it's also a personality issue. I don't know how others are. But I always feel, oh, yes, now it makes sense. Yeah, that's sort of my quick intro on this topic. I think the world is changing so bloody quickly that we cannot possibly teach or tell the kids what's going to happen in 10 years. I wrote my thesis here at the university on the topic whether internet was going to be a big issue for startups. I thought it was going to be a big issue, and I was right. And now, you know, we all operate on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, whatever, which didn't even exist. So they are the startups that actually create the changes. So if you want to become an entrepreneur, then you cannot possibly know what's going to happen. So I think it's very important to see or to help students become resilient and adaptive. But yeah, more than that, I don't know what knowledge you can actually give that they will use in 10 years in that environment. So that's all from me, and I'm very happy if you ask me questions. Or if you don't, then...
Yeah. Okay, I'll help with the mic, okay? Do we have another mic, maybe? Microphone? A microphone, yes.
Okay, I'll help with the questions then. Brilliant. So first, I already saw some hands. There was one in the back. Yes.
That was probably me.
Yes.
No? Yeah. Okay. You mentioned other professions, and you had politicians on the slide. I was wondering, maybe could you agree or would you disagree that actors are also a profession that has similarities? Because as an actor, typically you are busy in front of the camera, and you are in a different role on, you know, every day puts you in a different role. And as an entrepreneur, you're applying for funds, then you are looking for partners, then you are hiring staff. So it's a different role every day. And actors, at least the good actors, they have this thing that they take time after each act to reflect on themselves, and that this that's how they learn, is by reflecting what has happened and what they want, how they want to develop. And they are very lonely. That's why we have a lot of actors who are addicted to alcohol, probably. Not the point of alcohol, of course, but would actors be a good comparison to entrepreneurs?
So just to sum it up for the audience who is maybe watching during the stream, the question was about the entrepreneur-politician comparison and whether actors would be a better comparison. So back to you, Kati.
I agree. So there are many similarities, yes, by all means. If I want to come up with some differences, then the first thing that occurred to me is that actors are also very much language dependent, so location dependent. But if we talk about silent, not movies, but like type of performance, then I think you can easily switch at the same time. For example, jokes probably don't work in another culture. Yeah, thank you. I will then add actors and politicians. Maybe it's more appealing to become an actor-like person than a politician-like. Who knows? Negative connotations are there as well. Yeah.
Other questions? Oh, I can already see one. Let's hear it.
So thank you for that presentation. What I really liked was your reflection on how theoretical models didn't make sense at school, but then made sense when you applied them. So I think this is something, a problem we as educators have a lot during school, or compared to what students want. Students want to apply things, they don't want to hear about theoretical models. I don't think they value that. And I sometimes feel like they don't have the patience to maybe wait until when it makes sense, or maybe we also fail at showing them how those theoretical models can be applied to lots of different situations. So what would be your recommendation maybe to help students be patient, or help educators bring in more examples of why theoretical models are actually more powerful than looking at, or I don't know, understanding how to do, I don't know, a contract or those very applied things during school, during university?
Okay. This is again a great question, a bit of a teaser for the conversation that will follow. So amazing, you're already leading up to it. So the question again for the streaming audience is about the application of various methods that maybe are taught at university, but sometimes the students don't see the value right away, and whether they have the patience, or should it be a different method at teaching, or maybe more applied sciences. Tough questions, Kati, but I think you can answer it.
I have no idea. Obviously, I don't know. I can also remember that I was bored, in a couple of sessions at the university, and I thought, why would I be more patient, or why are we talking about that? But it's also important to see which aspects of entrepreneurship you are not interested in, and what you find boring. And you cannot be in charge of everything in your own company either. So it's also a big advantage if you know what you are bored of, or what you don't want to deal with. I'm, for example, sick of contracts and of legal things. And I'm so happy if there are some people who are super excited about it. But it's important, to feel that, no. It was just an example. I cannot really answer this question, how to tell them to be patient, other than please believe me that you're going to use it later on. And the reason why I put those 4 pictures onto the slide is that it's very similar to bring up a kid and your startup. So when you tell your kid, you know, go to school and study there, be patient, you will see.
Maybe if you bring more role models, you know, like you, which can confirm, okay, guys, you will use this. Maybe this is something that they will listen.
We used to have such role models once a month, maybe, so very regularly. I remember them again, but I also remember like, oh, okay, but they already have millions of dollars on their account. What can I do with that? You know, so.
You are in the era of internet, so they can see that something is happening differently.
Yeah.
Your generation, my generation, we were more like without internet or with dial-up, which was so open, I guess. So I think they have more tools online now, and if you also give them opportunity to, let's say, to bring the role models, maybe even twice per month or three times per month, maybe that will change the aspect. I don't know. I also don't have it, but I think this is something.
And every story is so unique. You know, the 2 examples that I gave you with a spin-off from the university, just because we were the first year and UPC was kind enough to offer us this amount of money, and as a game or as a mini project, we handed in this business plan of an online translation agency. We came up with this idea, I don't know, in a week or so. You know, there are so many coincidences, and the same with Nora's stories that I just told you, how desperate she was, how unhappy she was with her own situation, which then generated a situation and later on became a successful business. So if you are a student, or no, when I was a student, I remember that I always thought, oh, okay, but they were so lucky. Okay, but why would that happen to me? So it's difficult to get connected to these stories, but then they help.
I can already see another question from Professor Vecini, but before we can do that, I might add something to this conversation, because I think this is a great part when we react to each other. Like the reason why I'm standing here is because I met Lotti on one fateful day, because I was working for a startup, and I think I was 22 or something, or maybe 23. And then she invited me to talk with her students. And the main reason why I thought she invited me, because I was similar in age to them. So I could talk about not a successful startup, but a very failed one, actually. But it's more about the fact that, okay, that was just the, cutlery. It's more about that they see something that is similar to them in age, and I think if I can also make some recommendation, just like use what's on social media. Like there are so many contents when it comes to how I spend my everyday as an investor, how I spend my everyday as a whatever startup entrepreneur, study with me videos. It's brilliant. I found it a very useful way to connect. But back to Professor Vecini.
Fine. It's just following the line. I remember one of your presentations at the class on entrepreneurship here in this university. Coming back, yes, we have several photos of you as a role example, and I don't know what was the impact when she mentioned at that time. The first month we decided to make the bookkeeping on our own. I don't know whether you remember that. And after 1 month, because we studied here, bookkeeping, here at the School of Economics, for 4 semesters. So after 1 month, we recognized and realized that we hate it. and we don't want to make it. Instead, we want to outsource this activity and forget about making it. Reading is a different story. I wonder, do you know how many people started to hate bookkeeping? And why did you make that decision? To outsource it.
Although you hate it, I understand why, but
I gave this fake example of contract. And it's also just a dream that I didn't like. Now, obviously, you have to focus on your strength and core competence. Is that the word you were looking for? So I think I can do a much better job in things that I enjoy than worrying about GDPR or bookkeeping. And there are so many brilliant people who take their pleasure in these two other activities.
even in legal things.
Even in legal things, just two fake examples again. And it's, for example, this is a beauty of setting up a startup, that at the very beginning you do everything, obviously. And then when we grew, we always asked ourselves the question with Nora and me, what is the bit that we hate the most? And when we want to have a new colleague, let's hire the new colleague who is excited about that field. So the older the startup gets, the bit that I'm in charge of is the most enjoyable part for me. And even though it's a lonely profession, for example, that bit is a real advantage for me. I really like this bit, that I always cut off the part that I don't like.
And what is the bit?
That I don't like or that I like?
That you like at the moment. Yeah.
I'm in charge of the business machine, like coming up or improving the business model. So Nora is the figurehead of this movement, who is on social media and everyone knows her. And I'm so happy that no one knows me, and I'm in the background developing the product, checking the business side of the startup. And I don't have to make presentations or interview.
But just for us, she did make a presentation. So now I feel even more happy that happened. I saw a hand up. Somebody maybe lost questions. Get ready.
Thank you. I was wondering, did you try your fitness as a customer or even as a trainer to other moms? Yeah. Yes.
I mean, I use our portal a lot. So I'm not a trainer. I told you that all our trainers are mothers themselves, but they are qualified trainers. But I'm not a fitness instructor, so I would never instruct mothers. I do exercise with them, and I also do some other things. So I'm one of our own customers. For example, we already have meal plan also for moms, and I also cook many things from our own meal plan. So I'm a heavy user.
And I think this is going to be our final question. Oh, maybe another one. Okay, then 2 questions. Pal, I'm coming to you first.
So why did you start this whole thing at all? So being bored at home, or making money, or just, I don't know, love for being fit again, or why?
So the first one was homework.
First one was a homework, as far as I heard, but the second one was something else.
And the second one, I was bored, but I was not explicitly looking for a second startup. And the reason why we started it was that I fell in love with this idea. The more we talked about it with Nora, the more excited we got about it. First, I thought that we were going to discuss it and she was going to implement it. But then we realized that we work well together. We are completely different and we need each other. I couldn't do this show without her and she couldn't do the business without me. So there was this perfect match between the two of us. And so I thought it was an exciting opportunity. And it's very funny that when I was once daydreaming about my future, that was in those 4 years between the two kids, I was wondering what's going to happen to me. I stopped a Ford or I handed it over, so what's next? And then I thought, okay, I will have 30 years of professional experience in my life, and I would be so happy to have 3 startups in those 30 years, one for every 10 years. And it actually happened that after 10 years I moved over to Gyerünk Anyukám, and now we are in the 7th year. And I'm not going to finish this. No, it still makes a lot of sense and it's a lot of fun. But I'm a type of person who loves setting up a structure or figuring it out, how to build it up. But just operating it might not be the biggest dream of my life. So I might get to a point in 5 years when I say, I'm ready for the next challenge. So I still think that this might be a relevant path for me, these 3 times 10 years.
Brilliant. So, last question. And I know I might be a bit strict, but we want to be conscious of the time. And also, Kati is not going anywhere because she's staying with us on stage for the final closing remarks and conversation. So let's hear the last question for Kati for now, and then I will run back to her with this mic.
Thank you very much. I have a question because you mentioned resilience. So do you think that universities or education of entrepreneurship should be more implemented in the curricula, stuff like mental health, psychological health, self-reflection, and to be resilient about all the stuff which comes through an entrepreneur? Or is it already enough from your experience?
Okay, so about resilience, I'm assuming, Kati, that you had a lot of times when it was a difficult situation, but somehow you got through. So maybe you have some insights on this.
There were so many hiccups in these 20 years, and I think it's a mindset on the one hand that these problems or difficult situations are okay or not okay for someone. I don't remember how much psychology we learned 20 years ago, but I mentioned that 2 years ago, or not even 2 years ago, I participated in this Founder Institute Startup Accelerator program, and there a lot of emphasis was laid on this element. And this program is built up in a way that every week we had to discuss a huge topic, and I would say that every module had such an element to make sure that entrepreneurs are aware of this difficulty and have their own ways how to handle it and how they will tackle it. So my last memory is definitely very positive or very intensive on this aspect of entrepreneurship.
Thank you very much. I think Kati deserves a round of applause. Thank you. Especially because you were so honest. I think it was very refreshing to hear. And let's continue with that honesty in mind, because now we are going to continue that reflection to see how this whole day went down and to do a bit of summary. So now, Kati, I would like to ask you to just take a seat and join us for a conversation. And also we have a few people joining us as well. So I would like to ask them to come to the stage. Kati is already here with us, but now we also have Elizabeth Berger joining us on stage. Elizabeth, if you would like to come to the stage. And also, Patrick, have you arrived? Yay! Yes, you're here. Wonderful. So Patrick Sassmansen from Regensburg is coming to the stage, and also Pál Danyi from the Budapest University of Technology and Economics. And this conversation is with this small group. I will try my best to moderate it, but at the same time, obviously, if you have any questions, do raise a hand, and I will try my best to incorporate them. Okay, so now we're all sitting down. Yes, just take a seat. Maybe I will stay here on the side. How about that? Okay, everybody is now comfortable. I'll try my best to put everything down without falling. All good. Wonderful. Right. I know it's a long day, but just I think exactly how Kati mentioned, this is a time to reflect and see what happened. So let's start with the basics. So if you have to mention, one or maybe two aspects of or messages that you thought that was very impressive for you during today, what would you say? I'm going to start with somebody experienced. Pál, I'm putting you on stage.
Well, I really appreciated Johanna's presentation, how they manage the entrepreneurship avenue. This is our dream. So this is what we are just hunting for. And so we started to do some steps towards this. But this is, I think, a good role model for us. So we have to actually learn how to do this. So we still have lots of learning curves ahead of us. So I think that we are going to be successful later on in this.
Thank you. So if I reflect on all the discussions I've had today, the presentations I've seen, what I thought was really striking is what motivates people here and everyone who presented to do research and to engage in entrepreneurship education. I felt like everyone's really motivated about, just as you were saying, about making entrepreneurial education as good as it can get, and really motivating that entrepreneurial mindset in people, and driving those entrepreneurs, those corporate entrepreneurs, those entrepreneurial individuals, no matter where they work. So I thought that was really fascinating.
Yeah, I would like to add to that, Morten, that notion that you made. I really like the fact that after we started entrepreneurship in Europe roughly 25 years ago, and that we still have this community that really cares. I have no knowledge about a conference of bookkeeping professors or marketing professors where they discuss how to make bookkeeping education better, or how to help future bookkeepers to better do their business and so on, and performance. But entrepreneurship professors obviously still do. And I don't think that this is because of extrinsic motivation in terms of how many points does this earn us in the university system, but it's more an intrinsic motivation. And I'm happy to be part of that and to see the spirit of entrepreneurship researchers and educators. And what we probably have established is that transfer is not something that only happens with the big money in the transfer office, but transfer is what we do by putting our ideas of SWOT analysis or whatsoever into the heads of our students so that they will have the knowledge later on. I think that's teaching is probably the most important section of transfer.
Brilliant. Just keep that mic with you because now we have one on this side as well. So Kati, would you like to add something?
No, because I just arrived.
This is what I'm talking about when I say honesty. Isn't it refreshing, right? Like some people would try like, well, I think it's really important. But Kati, she's just saying, spitting the truth, as some of the students would say. Okay, well, now that we kind of discussed what are the things that you found remarkable, I would like to throw in some of the more controversial aspects of these conversations because, you know, it's wonderful that we see so many motivated teachers, and we really feel that the academic field has that motivation to change things for the better. But if you have to be really honest, what do you think is the outlook? Where do you see the points of improvement where you see that after you leave this conference, this is the part where I'm going to make a change as an academic? Well, I can see you nodding, Paul, so you know what's coming. It's going to be your turn to talk.
Thank you. Regarding honesty. So I remember when I was a student, I loved to be an entrepreneur, and I realized that I'm not a good entrepreneur. So in Hungary, we have a saying that if you can't do it, then go and teach it. And well, I also learned something else. That entrepreneurship is not a solo sport, as Professor Vecchi always just emphasized this. So I realized that entrepreneurship is a teamwork. And sooner or later, I found just friends, I found colleagues, and now I'm part of at least 3 successful enterprise or startup. So basically, if you still think that you are not a good entrepreneur, you can still find people around you who are good entrepreneurs.
Good. Well, let's put it to the next slide. Yeah. Oh, we have too many mics. Okay.
So yeah, room for improvement. I think when I reflect on my own entrepreneurship education teaching, and also what I've heard from others when they teach, is we sort of, at most schools, we've come to a point where we have finally introduced entrepreneurship courses, and where a lot of different students get access to entrepreneurship education. But a lot of the times it's still teaching about entrepreneurship. It's teaching, getting in role models, which is already great, but it's that second-hand experience. It's teaching about how business model canvas work. It's teaching about how pitching works and so on. But I think, and what I experience is even more powerful when students finally get to do entrepreneurship. And if we find ways to do that, so project work, for instance, or so we've been discussing this morning how you can make students experience failure and not just call that failure, but have that failure experience, which comes along with emotional stress and comes along with being devastated, being lonely possibly, but then also getting up again at some point. So, and I think this is something where as a community we can still sort of exchange best practices and change curricula where we get to that, really getting students to, in small tasks, but also in bigger projects, to experience what it means to be entrepreneurial and how that can be helpful in any life situation, whether you're have 3 kids at home and everything goes crazy, or whether your I don't know, your relationship doesn't work, or whether your business doesn't work. So how, teaching with entrepreneurship, what is it, what formats do we have to develop, what sort of experience can we really give to students?
Am I supposed to add to this brilliant comments?
If you would like to.
It's difficult, yes. No, I'm totally with you, and I think we don't spend enough time on teaching, and not necessarily personally. A good researcher does not need to spend more time in teaching, but maybe we also need to get in more dedicated lecturers. We departed in the German-speaking world and maybe also in other European countries from this idea of having full professors who with a strong focus on research and lecturers who are dedicated and love teaching. And maybe we put too much burden on our researchers when we ask them to come up with the most fanciest modern teaching method. And maybe we should professionalize teaching much more. Just an idea. But it's expensive ideas, and expensive ideas don't work at universities.
I think, I don't know how you teach, so badly.
Two answers with professors. One is badly and one is as little as possible.
Okay. Then it's even more important to send the students out to real life and somehow, you know, give them the opportunity to practice. It's not a laboratory. If you experiment more and if you learn more within the school, they won't become better entrepreneurs, but somehow they have to go and see how it works.
So we already had a comment on their own. So let's go out and see, but on their own. Maybe from the background, like with the support of you know, the university.
Second-hand experience, but your first-hand real experience.
First-hand real experience.
It's basically
practice. Okay.
It's bringing the lean startup approach to the classroom by measures of action learning. And besides going out, you can also bring, why would you present the results of a seminar or so, or project work, action learning, in front of professors? Get in someone from the local bank, the local venture capital fund, local entrepreneurs, so that you have an outside audience evaluating the work of the students. They will be highly motivated because they don't want to look stupid in front of outsiders, right? They don't care looking lazy in front of me because they know that
you are kind,
right,
and you'll forgive them.
But in front of outsiders, they want to look really smart and industrial and good.
Okay, so basically that you are playing to their vanity. That's because they want to perform better. That's what also happens.
It's a motivation. Yeah.
Okay, well that's I find that very true. Actually, I agree with that. But with if we want to make that happen, I was wondering, and I'm curious to hear your opinions. Isn't that something that requires a very strong kind of connection between different players and actors of the ecosystem? Because I wonder that requires a lot of extra work from a lecturer, from the university staff, to organize everything and get people in to just, let's say, a regular class to evaluate some projects. How do you find that? How can you make that happen? What have you seen in your universities, and maybe on a regional level? Let's start with Pal.
Thank you. So I think entrepreneurship is very, very complex. So we are just not talking about methodology, but we are talking about psychology, motivation, but also finance, bookkeeping, also HR matters, people management. So it's so complex, it's impossible to take the responsibility at the university to teach everything for entrepreneurship. So I think the key word is probably that you mentioned, Patrick, this motivation. So if the teacher can motivate students, then I think 80% of the job is done. So basically the university is a kind of springboard to motivate students, show role models, and the rest will be just experienced in real world.
So there is that saying, it takes a village to raise a child, it takes a village to raise a startup, and likewise, it takes a village, an ecosystem, as you were saying, to raise entrepreneurial individuals. So it does take not only the university or teachers, instructors who motivate, it also takes the role models, it also takes counter examples, as you were saying before. So maybe I can see the established companies where I don't want to work. I can see research institutions where I don't want to work or where I get inspiration from. So it does take all those different actors to successfully motivate, inspire, and also nurture entrepreneurial individuals who will prosper in startups, in any entrepreneurial venture.
Agreed. Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed. Okay. Brian, anything to add, Kathy? No. Okay, good. That's fine. Fine. So we already looked at ecosystems and we looked at different players. And I think one other aspect that I would like to ask you about, kind of like at the beginning of this, towards the end of this conversation, it's about the incubators, the role of incubators. Because I often feel that having gone through some of these incubator processes myself, their help has been invaluable. And it was really important to kind of find a home when our little team was just trying to find our place, especially on the market, but also kind of in life. So those roles were incredibly important. And I also wonder, what sort of vision do you have? If you have to describe a perfect incubator that you either saw or you would like to build, how would that look like?
Typically, I'm the first one to answer the questions. So I remember that a couple of, or many years ago, I started a startup in tourism, and I found a good incubator in London. And when there, I talked to them, they liked my idea, and actually what they did was nothing else, just a network of 300 tourist companies. And this is what they told me, that, okay, you can come, there are social events every week twice, and within half a year, if you spend here half a year, you will meet at least 200 or 300 tourist companies. So basically the entire world. Are you interested? And I said, yes. Well, that's another story why I didn't go, but but actually that's the incubator role model for me. Basically the bridge between the startup and the industry, the supply chain. So typically a startup can be successful if they identify themselves in the supply chain. They understand there is a gap in the supply chain, and so this is the point that can be just understood by getting to know the industry players, the 300 tourist companies.
So I think incubators are just one form or one setup of how to further develop your entrepreneurial concept. And I think maybe a bigger term would be something like entrepreneurial spaces, or so things like co-working spaces, maker spaces, accelerator programs. So physical places, but also infrastructure, psychological spaces, somehow a cohort you can belong to, where you can further develop your entrepreneurial concept, where you can find a home with regards to where you want to place or position your startup, but also where you find other like-minded people you can talk to, and sort of constructing that ideal incubator or entrepreneurial space. I feel like it takes a variety of different programs. So it doesn't only take that tourism one where you meet lots of other tourism startups, but it takes maybe that co-working space, which you need rather at the beginning, where you have, as students, for instance, finally a place, a desk where you can work together, and you get inspiration from different points. At later stages, you might need a incubator program where you can also get access to angel investors or venture capitalists even. So I think having a portfolio of different entrepreneurial spaces, this is what's really helpful and how I'd like to see that implemented in entrepreneurial ecosystems.
I would like to add a program into that space. I believe that space is absolutely important, physical space, where people can meet and exchange, but we also need to have a program. Incubation for me is at the beginning of the process. So I would like to see in an incubator that it's not just for the students with an entrepreneurial idea, it's for students with entrepreneurial interest, so that you can go there without any idea. And that's a kind of a barrier to entry to common startup centers, that students think they can only go there if they have an idea. If they don't have an idea, they can't go. So workshops where you breed ideas, where you use methodology to generate startup ideas, that's really important. Team building is the second part. Not everyone needs to have his or her own idea. Things happen in teams nowadays. You mentioned it, you and your friend, and how diverse this team is. Maybe not by the publicly discussed measures of diversity, but by what is your focus, what is your preferences, and so on. So really diverse teams could be built in incubators. Next thing is that we have to leverage the self-belief, the self-efficacy, that you can really do it, that you will have reliable help if there are tough times. So the whole notion of self-efficacy, I think, would be really an important point, and self-confidence for young entrepreneurs. And you need to have something like coaching, because there will be throwbacks, and they need to have someone where they can go and can talk to. We have this and that difficulty internally or with some external potential stakeholders. What should we do? And by experience, they will learn that they can be very confident, that they can overcome barriers, that if the bank doesn't give a loan, it's maybe not about you, but it's maybe about the bank, right? In most cases. But you know, there are students, so they don't know this yet, but in the incubator they have a secured space where they can learn this, even in interaction with real stakeholders.
I couldn't agree more. And if I recall how many students we had in our major and how many actually wanted to become an entrepreneur, there is a huge gap. And I think it's very important to see what the motivation is, why students study entrepreneurship. It might just be a cool or an easy or a low-hanging, major, or you have an idea or you want to get connected to a cool startup in an innovation hub or incubation center. Maybe the ones who are actually interested can join. So that could somehow be a filter among all the students who study entrepreneurship, and that's like a narrower group of people who are really interested in doing their own business. So that might be an advantage, that those who are just studying entrepreneurship can be somehow filtered out.
Now we actually heard multiple ideas about how this dream incubator could happen. And I think all of them are very interesting, because now, Kati, you kind of move forward and already suggested a method of how the selection process could go. So I think that was particularly interesting. And I would like to ask you if you have any questions. I think this is the time now to ask our panel. But we can also continue this conversation with a few drinks afterwards. So that's also an opportunity. Anything that you would like to add? Drinks sounds great. Maybe I spoiled it already. Sorry.
Yeah, before we go to the drinks, I have made a little presentation. It's roughly half an hour. No, just kidding.
I honestly believed you. It was very convincing. So I was like, I'm ready. But actually, before drinks, we still have one thing to do. First, we have to give a round of applause to the panel. One thing. Yeah. And let's continue just also celebrating the organizers as well, because they did an amazing job. We had students, faculty members, teachers, lecturers, professors preparing this event. They volunteered, they did the organization. We had an amazing booklet, by the way, produced by also a Danube Cup member. I was incredibly proud. It looked great, and obviously, you know, obviously, if you would like to stand up, or Professor Vecsen, you want the two editors, the two editors as well. So yeah, absolutely, round of applause to the team. And now that we are in a celebratory mood, I would like to propose the next section, which is going to be about awards. Brilliant. So we only have awards left to go, and now I can let the panel go right now, and only wait a couple of minutes before we finish. Just sit with us for a while, and then we will have some drinks afterwards. But first, awards. Professor Vecsen. We are going to do it outside. Okay, good to know. So now I can tell you all that the faculty club is going to be closing now its doors, but we are continuing this now celebration outside. Thank you so much for listening, watching, and talking with us. It was a great chat.
So the drinks are waiting for us outside. Drinks.